Greetings, travellers of the spirit. Welcome to the sanctuary of Get Cozy Sleep. You have walked a long road today. You have carried burdens that were perhaps too heavy for your shoulders, and you have run races that seem to have no finish line. But here, the noise of the traffic fades into the gentle hum of the wind. Here, the demands of the clock dissolve into the timeless rhythm of a heartbeat. There is nothing you need to achieve in this space. There is no one you need to impress. You only need to be, if your heart has ever felt like a ship anchored in a harbour while others sail away to conquer the horizon. If you have ever felt that your own strength was too frail, your own pace too slow for the rushing world around you. And if you find peace in the smell of old cedarwood and the quiet dignity of waiting, then this story is your refuge tonight. So, let the tension in your jaw loosen, unclench your hands. Let the weight of the blanket become a shield against the worries of tomorrow. Close your eyes. Let the walls of your roses melt away like mist in the morning sun. We are travelling back 2,000 years to the northern shores of the Jordan River. The air here is thick with the scent of damp reeds and cooling earth. The water flows with a deep, knowing silence. Breathe in the ancient peace. Exhale the modern chaos. The river knows the way. The river had a voice, if one knew how to listen. For Omri, the river usually spoke in warnings. It spoke of rising tides that could swallow a careless boat, of hidden rocks that lay in wait like sleeping lions beneath the surface, and of the sudden, treacherous currents that could snatch a man away from the safety of the shore. Omri was a man who listened for danger. He was a man who had spent his 40 years on this earth learning the geography of worry. He stood now on the muddy bank of the Jordan, his boots sinking slightly into the soft, yielding earth. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky bruised in shades of deep violet and burnt orange. The heat of the day was lifting, replaced by a creeping coolness that rose from the water like a phantom breath. Omri was not a tall man, but his shoulders were broad, shaped by years of pulling against the resistance of the water. His face was weathered, etched with lines that deepened when he squinted, which he did often. He wore a tunic of rough, undyed wool that smelled permanently of fish and wood smoke. At his waist, secured by a frayed rope belt, hung a leather pouch that felt distressingly light. He sighed, a sound that was lost in the rustle of the tall papyrus reeds swaying around him. He turned his attention to his boat. It was not a majestic vessel. It was a simple, flat-bottomed skiff, built from sturdy cypress wood that had turned grey with age. He had named it the Heron, though it possessed none of that bird's grace. It was a working boat, scarred and patched, held together by pitch, nails, and Omri's sheer stubbornness. He stepped into the shallow water, the coldness seeping through the leather of his boots. He ran his hand along the gunwale, his fingers tracing the familiar rough grain of the wood. He was checking for rot. Always checking. Hold together, he whispered to the timber. Just a little longer. He needed this boat to last. He needed it to carry cargo, to ferry passengers, to earn the copper coins that seemed to slip through his fingers like water. The debt he owed to the merchant in Jericho was a heavy stone in his chest, a weight that made it hard to breathe even when he was standing still. The river slapped gently against the hull, a rhythmic lap 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 that usually soothed him, but tonight it sounded like a ticking clock. Omri climbed aboard, the boat rocking slightly under his weight. He moved with the practiced ease of a man who had spent more time on water than on land. He checked the oars first. They were made of oak, heavy and solid, the handles polished smooth by the friction of his own palms over thousands of journeys. He tested them in the oarlocks, listening for any squeak or groan of metal. Silence. Good. Next, he checked the bottom of the boat. It was dry, save for a few puddles of dark water near the stern. He picked up a wooden baler and scooped the water out, tossing it back into the river. He did this methodically, scraping the wood until it was merely damp. He could not tolerate water inside the boat. Water belonged outside. Inside was for dry things. Inside was for control. He sat down on the rowing bench, wiping his hands on his tunic. He looked out at the river. The Jordan was narrowing here, flanked by dense thickets of willow and tamarisk trees. Their branches drooped low over the water, their leaves trailing in the current like fingers. As the light faded, the trees lost their green and became looming silhouettes, dark shapes that seemed to lean in, watching him. A bird called out from the reeds, a kingfisher, perhaps its cry sharp and sudden. Omri flinched. His nerves were frayed ropes ready to snap. He reached down to his side and touched the object hanging from his belt, next to the empty coin pouch. It was a knife. Not a weapon for fighting, but a carving knife with a handle made of olive wood and a short, curved blade. It was old. The wood of the handle was dark with the oil of many hands, his hands now, but before that, another's. His thumb rubbed against the smooth wood of the handle. It was a nervous habit, a tic he couldn't control. Whenever the worry rose in his throat, his hand found the knife. He pulled it from its sheath. The metal caught the last faint light of the dusk. He wasn't going to carve anything tonight. He just needed to hold it. He needed to remember why he was here, on this river, working himself to the bone. He remembered the day Elian had given it to him, 10 years ago. Or was it 11? Time flowed like the river, blurring the edges of memory. Elian. His brother. The one with the golden hands. Elian could take a piece of driftwood and see a bird inside it. He could take a stone and see a face. Omri could only see wood and stone. Omri saw the world as it was. Hard, demanding, practical. Elian saw what the world could be. They had fought right here on this very bank. The argument had been about the boat, about money, about responsibility. Omri had yelled about being practical. Elian had spoken of dreams. Words were like arrows. Once released, they could not be called back. Elian had left the next morning, leaving the knife on the table. He had walked north, following the river, and never looked back. Omri gripped the knife tighter. The regret was a cold ache in his gut, familiar and constant. He had stayed. He had been responsible. He had kept the boat running. He had taken on the debts. And now he was alone with the water and the silence. "Fine," he muttered to the empty air. "I am fine." He sheathed the knife with a sharp click. He needed to focus. Tonight was not a night for ghosts. Tonight was a night for work. He looked upriver. The fog was beginning to form. It started as thin wisps, like pulled cotton, drifting lazily above the surface of the water. But Omri knew how quickly the river fog could change. In an hour, it would be a wall. He should go home. He should tie the boat securely to the cypress stump and walk back to his small, cold hut. It was dangerous to be on the water when the white blindness came down. But the debt the merchant in Jericho had given him until the new moon, that was 3 days away. He needed a passenger. He needed a miracle. As if summoned by his desperation, a sound broke the stillness. There was the crunch of footsteps on the gravel path that led down from the main road. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Not the hurried pace of a thief, nor the stumbling gait of a drunkard. These were the footsteps of someone who walked with purpose. Omri stood up in the boat, his hand instinctively going to the oar, using it as a staff to steady himself. He squinted into the deepening gloom. A figure emerged from the shadow of the tamarisk trees. It was a man, wrapped in a heavy cloak of dark wool that seemed to absorb the remaining light. A hood was pulled forward, obscuring his face. He carried no lantern, only a simple wooden staff and a small bundle tied across his shoulder. The stranger stopped at the edge of the water, a few yards from Omri's boat. He stood perfectly still. He did not call out, he did not wave, he simply waited. There was something unsettling about the man's stillness. In Omri's world, people were always moving, always rushing, always wanting. This man stood like a tree, rooted and calm. Omri cleared his throat. The sound was loud in the quiet evening. "The ferry is closed for the night," Omri called out, his voice gruff. "The fog is coming." The stranger did not move. He did not turn away. After a long moment, he raised a hand. It was not a gesture of demand, but of invitation. Omri hesitated. He looked at the fog thickening on the water. He looked at the dark figure on the bank. Then he looked at the empty pouch at his waist. Curiosity and need warred within him. Need won. Omri pushed the boat closer to the bank until the hull scraped against the mud. He leaned on the oar, looking down at the stranger. "Where are you trying to go?" Omri asked, his tone softer now, but still guarded. The stranger tilted his head slightly, as if listening to a sound Omri could not hear. Then, from beneath the shadows of the hood, a voice emerged. It was a deep voice, resonant and warm, like the sound of stones tumbling in a riverbed. "Downriver," the stranger said. "To the place where the water widens." "That is a long way," Omri said, shaking his head, "and the night will be blind. I cannot take you." The stranger reached into his cloak. Omri tensed, his hand hovering near his knife. But the stranger withdrew only a small leather bag. He tossed it gently toward the boat. It landed on the rowing bench with a heavy metallic thud. It did not sound like copper. It sounded like silver. Perhaps even gold. Omri stared at the bag. He did not touch it. He looked back at the stranger. "Why tonight?" Omri asked. "Why not wait for the sun?" "The river does not wait," the stranger replied. "And neither can I." Omri looked at the fog. It was curling around the reeds now, ghostly pale fingers reaching for the boat. He looked at the bag of coins. It was enough to pay the merchant. It was enough to buy freedom from the worry that gnawed at his bones. But the river at night, it was a beast. Omri took a breath. The air tasted of moisture and fear. "Step aboard," Omri said, his voice barely a whisper, "but we must hurry." Omri stared at the leather pouch sitting on the weathered bench. It was small, innocent looking, yet it held enough weight to crush a man or set him free. With a trembling hand, he reached out and untied the drawstring. He didn't pour the contents out, that would be too loud, too brazen in the quiet night. Instead, he dipped 2 fingers inside. The metal was cold and smooth. He pulled out a single coin and held it up to the faint light of the rising moon. It was not a copper mite, the kind fishermen used to buy bread. It was a silver shekel from Tyre. Heavy, solid, real. Omri's breath hitched in his throat. There were at least 20 more in the bag. This wasn't just enough to pay the merchant in Jericho. It was enough to repair the roof of his hut, to buy a new net, perhaps even to buy a second boat. It was salvation. But as he looked at the silver profile of the foreign god stamped on the coin, Omri felt no joy. He felt a sickening lurch in his stomach, the kind one feels when stepping off a ledge in the dark. He had sold his safety. He had traded the certainty of the shore for the peril of the river, all for these cold, metal circles. He shoved the coin back into the bag and tied it tight, shoving it deep into his tunic, against his skin. The metal felt like ice against his chest. "We leave now," Omri said, his voice sounding harsh to his own ears. The stranger nodded once, a barely perceptible motion in the shadows. He stepped into the boat with a surprising lightness. The vessel didn't rock wildly as it usually did with passengers. It simply dipped and settled, as if accepting a burden it was designed to carry. The stranger sat in the bow, facing forward, his back to Omri. He did not ask for a cushion. He did not complain about the smell of old fish that clung to the wood. He simply sat, wrapping his dark cloak tighter around himself. Omri moved to the stern. He untied the thick hemp rope from the cypress stump on the bank. The rope was wet and stiff, biting into his palms. He cast it off. Thud. The rope hit the bottom of the boat. The connection to the land was broken. Omri took up the long wooden pole. He drove it into the muddy riverbed and pushed. Grunt. The muscles in his back tightened. The boat groaned, a low protest of wood against mud, and then slid free. They drifted out. The current caught them immediately. A gentle tug at first, like a child pulling on a parent's sleeve, then firmer, more insistent. Omri put down the pole and took his seat at the oars. He slotted them into the iron locks. Clack, clack. He began to row. Dip, pull, lift, dip, pull, lift. The rhythm was his oldest friend. It was the only thing in his life that made sense. As his body fell into the motion, his mind usually quieted down. But tonight the rhythm brought no peace. The fog was moving faster than he had anticipated. It wasn't just drifting, it was rolling in from the north, a silent avalanche of white. It swallowed the reeds on the far bank first, turning them into grey smudges, then erasing them completely. Omri looked at the back of the stranger's head. Who was this man? Why did he need to travel on a night when even the jackals stayed in their dens? Was he a fugitive? A zealot fleeing the Romans? A madman? Omri's hand brushed against his belt as he rode, and he felt the hard outline of the carving knife sheath. The memory hit him again, sharper this time, piercing through the fog of the present. Elian. He could almost smell the sawdust of their father's workshop. He could see Elian standing there, holding a piece of olive wood. Elian had been 20, Omri 18. Elian had eyes that shone like wet stones, always looking at something Omri couldn't see. It's not just a spoon, Omri, Elian had said, his voice filled with that infuriating passion. Look at the grain. It flows like water. I want to carve the river into the wood. We don't need river spoons, Omri had snapped, sweeping the dust into a pile. We need spoons that hold soup. We need to sell them at the market tomorrow. Stop dreaming and start sanding. Omri had always been the practical one. The one who counted the inventory. The one who fixed the leaky roof while Elian wrote songs about the rain. Omri was the earth. Elian was the wind. And then came the night of the argument. The night the debts had first piled up. Their father had died, leaving them nothing but tools and unpaid bills. Omri wanted to sell the workshop and buy a sturdy cargo boat to haul grain. It was safe work. Steady money. Elian wanted to keep the workshop. He wanted to make art. God gave us these hands to create beauty. Omri, not just to survive, he had argued. Beauty doesn't fill a belly, Omri had screamed. He remembered the heat in his face, the vein pulsing in his neck. You are a child, Elian. You think the world will feed you because you make pretty things? I'm the only one keeping us alive, the words had been a slap. Elian had gone silent. He had looked at Omri with a terrible sadness, not anger, but pity. That pity had burned Omri more than any insult. The next morning, Elian was gone. He took nothing but his cloak. He left the carving knife, his favourite tool, on the workbench. It was a message. You want to be the master of tools? Here, take it. Create your survival. Omri had taken the knife. He had sold the workshop. He had bought the boat. He had survived. But every time he touched that knife, he felt the hollowness of his victory. He had been right. Practicality had kept him alive. But it had also left him alone. Omri shook his head. Trying to dislodge the memory, he focused on his hands. They were calloused, ugly, strong hands, hands that gripped oars, hands that held silver. The fog is thickening. The stranger's voice cut through the silence. He didn't turn around. Omri started. He had almost forgotten he wasn't alone. I know, Omri grunted, pulling harder on the right oar to correct their course. I've lived on this river all my life. I know how the mist behaves. Do you? The stranger asked. The question hung in the damp air. It will blind us soon, Omri said defensively. We will have to stick close to the western bank. I navigate by the sound of the frogs near the marshes. The frogs are silent tonight, the stranger observed. Omri paused his rowing for a second. He listened. Silence. The usual chorus of croaking frogs, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of nocturnal animals, it was all gone. The world had been wrapped in a thick blanket of wool. The only sound was the dip of his oars and the soft gurgle of water under the hull. A cold prickle of fear danced down Omri's spine. Nature went silent for two reasons. A predator was near, or a storm was coming. But the air was still. There was no wind. "Why are they silent?" Omri whispered, more to himself than to the passenger. "Perhaps they are listening," the stranger said. "Listening to what?" "To the river," the stranger replied softly. "It has a different song tonight," Omri scoffed, gripping the oars tighter. "Rivers don't sing. They flow, they flood, they drown. That is all." "That is what you see," the stranger said. "But that is not all there is." Omri didn't answer. He didn't have time for riddles. The fog had now reached the boat. It curled over the gunwales, cold and damp. It obscured his feet. It blurred the outline of the stranger's back. Omri looked up. The sky was gone. The stars were gone. The moon was just a diffused smear of light, like a lamp behind a heavy curtain. They were no longer in the world Omri knew. They were drifting in a grey void. "Keep rowing," Omri told himself. "Trust your arms. Trust the muscle memory." But his hand strayed from the oar for a brief second, his fingers brushing the hilt of the carving knife again. He felt the phantom presence of his brother. "If you were here, alien," Omri thought bitterly, "you would probably say the fog is beautiful. You would probably try to carve it." Omri pulled the oars hard. Splash, splash. He would not admire the fog. He would fight it. He had a debt to pay. He had a destination to reach. And no amount of poetry or silence was going to stop him. Or so he thought. The world did not end with a bang, nor with a whimper. It ended with the colour grey. For Omri, the transition was suffocatingly slow. At first, the fog had been a mere veil, a gauze that softened the sharp edges of the tamarisk trees on the bank. But as they drifted further north, past the bend of the Jordan known as the Jackal's Elbow, the veil hardened into a wall. Omri pulled the oars, heave, splash, recover, but he could no longer see where the blades entered the water. The river, his constant companion for 40 years, had vanished. The sky had vanished. Even the prow of his own boat, where the stranger sat, was becoming a blurred sketch in charcoal. He was rowing into a void. 96, 97, 98. Omri muttered under his breath. He was counting strokes. It was a trick his father had taught him before the old man's eyes had failed him completely. When the eyes lie, Omri, trust the numbers. 500 strokes from the jetty to the big rock. 200 more to the ford. Numbers were safe. Numbers were solid. You could stack them like bricks. 100, Omri whispered. By his calculation, the western bank should be exactly 20 cubits to his left. He should be able to hear the water lapping against the clay overhangs. He leaned his head to the left, straining his ears against the muffling dampness. Nothing. No slap of water on mud. No rustle of dry reeds. Just the hiss of the boat cutting through the liquid silence. A bead of sweat trickled down Omri's temple, cold and stinging. He wiped it away with his shoulder, never breaking the rhythm of the oars. Heave, splash, recover. The current is strong tonight. The stranger's voice drifted back from the grey mist. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. Omri grunted. The current is always strong here. I know this river. Do you? Again, that question. It grated on Omri's nerves like sand in a bedsheet. I have rowed these waters since I was tall enough to hold a sweep, Omri snapped, his voice sounding flat and trapped in the dense air. I know every eddy, every sandbar, every sunken log. I don't need to see the bank to know where it is. He pulled harder on the left oar, correcting the course. He was sure they were drifting too far to the right, toward the treacherous shallows of the eastern side. He needed to pull them back to the centre, back to the channel. Control. He needed control. But the fog played tricks on the mind. It deprived the senses of their anchors. Without the horizon to level his gaze, Omri felt a creeping vertigo. Was the boat tipping? Was he rowing in a straight line? Or was he carving a slow, grand arc into nowhere? He looked down at his hands. The knuckles were white, gripping the polished wood so hard the tendons stood out like cords. Relax, he told himself. You are the master of this vessel. But the memory of Elian surfaced again, unbidden, triggered by the white nothingness. He remembered a winter morning in the workshop, years ago. A pot of glue had boiled over on the brazier, filling the small room with thick, acrid white smoke. Omri had rushed to open the shutters, coughing, waving his arms to clear the air. He'd been frantic, worried about the wood warping, about the tools rusting. And Elian had just sat there on his stool, carving, completely unbothered by the smoke swirling around him. "How can you sit there?" Omri had choked out. "You can't even see what you're doing!" Elian hadn't looked up. His knife moved with fluid grace over a block of cedar. "I don't need to see it, brother. I can feel the shape waiting inside the wood. The eyes only distract you, but sometimes you have to close them to see the truth." Omri had snatched the wood from Elian's hands to check it, expecting a ruined mess. But it was perfect. A dove, smooth and flawless. Omri hated that memory. He hated it because it made him feel small. It made him feel like a man who only knew how to walk on the ground, while his brother knew how to fly. "Eyes only distract you," he muttered mockingly to the fog. Foolishness. A sailor without eyes is a dead sailor. "Did you speak?" the stranger asked. Omri started. He hadn't realised he had spoken aloud. "I said, keep your eyes open," Omri lied. "Watch for driftwood. The spring rains wash dead trees down from the mountains. If we hit a root in this dark, we'll be swimming with the fishes." "I am watching," the stranger said calmly. Omri peered at the silhouette of the passenger. The man hadn't moved an inch. He sat with a stillness that was almost unnatural. Most passengers on a night like this would be fidgeting, asking questions, gripping the gunwales in fear. But this man sat as if he were in a temple, not a fragile wooden shell on a dark river. "Who are you?" Omri asked, the words slipping out before he could check them. "You are not a merchant. You carry no goods. You are not a soldier. You carry no sword." The stranger shifted slightly. "I'm a carpenter." Omri let out a short, harsh laugh. "A carpenter, with hands that soft. I saw your hands when you paid me. No calluses, no scars. You haven't held a hammer in years." "There are many ways to build," the stranger replied, his voice unruffled by Omri's accusation. "And many things to repair that are not made of wood." Omri fell silent. He didn't like the turn of the conversation. It felt heavy, laden with meanings he didn't want to unpack. He preferred the physical struggle. He focused back on the rowing. 150. 151. Suddenly, the texture of the water changed. Omri felt it through the blades of the oars. The water was no longer smooth and heavy. It felt choppy, confused. The boat gave a sudden lurch to the side and then dipped violently. Omri's heart hammered against his ribs. "Turbulence," he hissed. "We're too close to the rocks." He dug the right oar in deep, heaving with his back muscles to spin the boat away. But the water fought back. The oar handle kicked him in the ribs, knocking the breath out of him. Thwack! "Curse it," Omri gasped, struggling to regain control of the handle. The boat was spinning now. Slowly at first, then gaining speed. The current had grabbed the keel. They were caught in an eddy, a swirling vortex of water that formed behind the hidden sandbars. In the daylight, Omri would have seen the ripples. He would have steered clear. But in the grey curtain, he had rowed straight into the trap. "To the left!" Omri shouted, though the stranger had no oar. It was a shout of panic, a command to the universe. Omri pulled frantically. His rhythm was gone. The calm counting was gone. Heave! Pull! Fight! He slashed the oars into the water, fighting the spin. Water splashed over the side, soaking his tunic. The boat rocked dangerously. "Sit still!" Omri yelled at the stranger who hadn't moved. "Don't tip us!" "I am still Omri," the stranger's voice came, steady as a rock amidst the chaos. "Peace. Do not fight the water. Ride it." "Ride it? You'll be smashed," Omri roared. He drove the oars down again. His teeth grit so hard his jaw ached. He was the pilot. He was the captain. He would not be defeated by a swirl of water. He forced the boat straight by sheer brute strength, his veins bulging, his lungs burning. Slowly, agonizingly, the spinning stopped. The boat shuddered and straightened out. They broke free of the eddy. Omri slumped over the oars, gasping for air. His chest heaved. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He had won. He had beaten the eddy. But as he lifted his head and looked around, the cold reality washed over him, colder than the river water. The spin had disoriented him completely. He looked left. Grey fog. He looked right. Grey fog. He looked forward. Grey fog. He had no idea which way was downstream. He had no idea where the banks were. "We are out," Omri wheezed, trying to sound triumphant. "Yes," the stranger said softly. "But where are we?" Omri opened his mouth to lie, to say, "I know exactly where we are." But the words died on his tongue. The silence of the frogs pressed in on him. The river flowed silently beneath them, indifferent to his struggle. For the first time in 40 years, Omri realised he was completely, utterly lost. And the night had only just begun. Omri lifted the oars out of the water. He let them rest on the gunwales, the wet wood dripping onto his knees. Drip, drip, drip. He needed silence. He needed to recalibrate his internal compass. In the absence of sight, a man becomes an animal of hearing. Omri closed his eyes. It made no difference in the grey void, and extended his senses outward like a net. He was hunting for the familiar, the croak of a bullfrog from the papyrus marshes on the west bank, the rustle of a jackal in the dry brush of the east, or the distant bleat of a goat from the hills, any sound that spoke of land. But the world had been stripped of its edges. There was only the water, and the water was not silent. Now that the thrashing of his own panic had subsided, Omri heard it. The river was whispering. It gurgled against the hull with a wet, sucking sound. It slapped gently against the underside of the rudder like a playful hand. Somewhere deep below, heavy currents collided, creating a low, vibrational hum that Omri felt in his teeth rather than heard with his ears. Slap. Swish. Gurgle. The sound twisted in Omri's mind. It stopped sounding like water and started sounding like voices. He heard the dry, rasping cough of the merchant in Jericho, the man who held his debt note, the man whose eyes looked like polished pebbles, devoid of mercy. 3 days, Omri, the water seemed to hiss. 3 days or the boat is mine. Omri's hand flew to his chest, pressing against the rough wool of his tunic. Underneath, against his skin, the leather bag of silver coins sat cold and heavy. There was a physical weight, like a tumour he had volunteered to carry. He squeezed the bag through the fabric. The sharp edges of the coins dug into his flesh. Pain. Good. Pain was real. The money was real. "Do you hear it?" Omri whispered, his voice cracking. He didn't want to speak, but the silence was too heavy to bear alone. The stranger, who had been sitting as motionless as a statue carved from basalt, shifted his weight. The wood of the boat creaked, a human sound, comforting in its simplicity. "I hear the water," the stranger replied. His voice was low, devoid of the anxiety that vibrated in Omri's. "It speaks of the mountains where it began. It speaks of the sea where it is going." "It speaks of nothing," Omri muttered, rubbing his chest. "It is just water. It doesn't care about mountains or seas. It only cares about drowning things." "You fear it," the stranger stated. "I respect it," Omri corrected sharply. "A man who does not fear the Jordan is a fool. I have seen it swallow carts, horses, whole houses in the flood season. It is a beast, and yet you make your living on its back." Omri picked up the oars again. He couldn't sit still. The stillness allowed the voices to get louder. He needed motion. He needed to feel the resistance of the water against his muscles. It was the only way to prove he existed. Dip. Pull. "It is a job," Omri grunted, resuming his slow, blind rowing. "My father was a boatman. His father was a boatman. He carried people across. He carried goods down. We do not ask the river for its story. We just try not to die. He rowed for what felt like an hour, though it might have been only minutes. The fog seemed to be pressing closer, a wet wool blanket wrapping around his face. He could taste it, metallic and stale. Suddenly a sound cut through the rhythmic splashing of the oars. Clink. It was faint, but unmistakable. The sound of metal striking stone. Or perhaps metal striking metal. Omri froze. His oars hung in the mid-air. "Did you hear that?" he hissed. "The wind in the reeds?" the stranger suggested. "No, there is no wind." Omri strained his ears. That was a chain. Or a coin. He stared into the grey nothingness to his left. His heart began to hammer a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Was there another boat? Roman patrols sometimes plied these waters at night, hunting for smugglers. If they found him with a bag of Tyrian silver and a passenger with no face, they wouldn't ask questions. They would just sink him. Or worse, was it bandits? River rats who waited in the shoals, listening for the splash of oars? "We are not alone," Omri whispered. He slowly, silently, pulled the oars into the boat, laying them down with agonising care to avoid a sound. He reached for the knife at his belt. His thumb brushed the worn olive wood handle. The weapon was small, pathetic really, against a sword or a spear. But it was all he had. "Be silent," Omri commanded the stranger. They drifted. The boat turned slowly in the current, spinning like a leaf. Omri had no control now. He was entirely at the mercy of the flow. Clink. There it was again. Louder! Closer! Omri's breath caught in his throat. He squinted, his eyes watering from the strain. He saw a shape in the fog. A dark, jagged shadow looming out of the white. It was tall. It looked like the prow of a great warship, or the shoulders of a giant. "Identify yourself," Omri shouted, his voice shrill with terror. He held the knife up, the blade trembling. The shape did not answer. It drifted closer, looming over them. Omri braced for impact. He braced for the shout of soldiers, for the whistle of arrows. The boat drifted toward the shadow, closer, closer. And then, with a soft thud, the hull bumped against it. It wasn't a ship, it wasn't a giant, it was a dead tree, a massive oak, uprooted from somewhere miles upstream, its gnarled roots sticking up into the air like twisted fingers. It was drifting sideways, tangled with debris. And the sound, the clink, as the tree bobbed in the current, one of its naked branches slapped against a hollow piece of driftwood tangled in its roots. Clack, clink. Omri stared at the dead tree. The adrenaline drained out of him, leaving him weak and shaking. He lowered the knife. He felt foolish. He felt incredibly, painfully old. "It's just a tree," he breathed out. "Just driftwood." He slumped back onto the bench. He felt the sting of tears in his eyes, not from sadness, but from the sheer exhaustion of fear. He was fighting phantoms. He was drawing weapons on floating garbage. "The mind paints monsters on the canvas of the dark," the stranger said softly. He hadn't moved. He hadn't reached for a weapon. He had known. Omri didn't answer. He couldn't. He felt exposed. This stranger, this silent passenger, was seeing him unravel. "Omri! A strong boatman!" The practical man was being taken apart piece by the fog. "I hate this," Omri whispered, the confession slipping out. "I hate not knowing where I am." "To be lost is a frightening thing," the stranger agreed. "But sometimes one must lose the shore to find the river." "I don't want to find the river," Omri snapped, his anger flaring up to cover his shame. "I want to find the landing. I want to find the dock. I want to deliver you, take my money, and pay my debt." He grabbed the oars again, angry at the tree, angry at the fog, angry at the stranger's calm. "I will find it," Omri gritted out. "I will row until my arms fall off. I will beat this river." He plunged the oars into the water, shattering the reflection of the nothingness. He rowed with a renewed, desperate fury. He wasn't navigating anymore. He was fleeing. fleeing from the voices, from the shadows, and from the terrible suspicion that he had been lost long before he ever stepped into this boat. But the river just flowed on, indifferent, carrying them deeper into the night. Panic was a luxury Omri could not afford. It was expensive energy, burning through his reserves like dry tinder, leaving only ash behind. He forced his hands to stop shaking. He forced his breath to slow down, inhaling through his nose, exhaling through pursed lips. In, out, in, out. He was a boatman. He was a master of the physical world. If his senses were failing him, he would rely on his tools. Omri reached under the stern bench and pulled out a wooden crate. The hinges squeaked, a sharp, rusty protest against the damp air. "We need light," Omri announced, his voice regaining a semblance of authority. "The eyes cannot pierce the soup, but fire has its own way." He produced a clay oil lamp shaped like a small shoe, its spout blackened by years of use. He placed it on the bench, shielding it with his cupped hands. From his pouch, he took a piece of flint and a striker. Clack, spark, clack, spark. The sparks were tiny, fleeting stars that died instantly in the moist air. Omri cursed softly. His hands were damp. The wick was damp. Everything in this accursed world was wet. "Allow me," the stranger said. Before Omri could snap a refusal, the stranger leaned forward. He didn't take the flint. He simply adjusted the position of the lamp, turning it slightly away from the direct draft of the river. He pointed a long, slender finger at the wick. Omri struck the flint again. This time, the spark caught. The small blue flames sputtered, gasped for air, and then bloomed into a steady yellow tongue of light. Omri sat back, a triumphant smirk touching his lips. "There, now we will see." He lifted the lamp high, expecting the fog to retreat, expecting the banks of the river to reveal themselves in the warm glow. But the river played a cruel trick. Instead of cutting through the fog, the light collided with it. The billions of suspended water droplets in the air caught the flame and reflected it back, creating a dazzling, impenetrable wall of white. It was brighter now. Yes, it was a blinding brightness. The glare was intense, stinging Omri's eyes, shrinking his world from 10 feet to 2. Before the light, he had seen shadows. Now, he saw nothing but a white void. Omri lowered the lamp, squinting. He moved it to the left, then to the right. The white wall moved with him, mocking him. Useless," he hissed. Slamming the lamp down on the bench, it's like staring into milk. "The light blinds you because you are trying to look through it," the stranger observed quietly. "Sometimes, the light is only meant to show you where you are standing, not where you are going." "I know where I am standing," Omri snapped. "I'm standing in a boat that is spinning in circles," he blew out the lamp. Darkness rushed back in, heavy and immediate. But strangely, it was a relief. The glare was gone. The false hope was gone. "If I cannot see the width," Omri muttered, rummaging in the crate again, "I will measure the depth. The geography of the bottom does not change with the weather. If I can find the shelf, I will know how close we are to the bank." He pulled out a sounding line, a long, thin coil of hemp rope with a cone-shaped lead weight tied to the end. The lead was dented and scratched, like a veteran of many bottoms. Omri stood up, balancing carefully on the rocking floorboards. He stepped to the gunwale. "Stay in the centre," he commanded the passenger. "Do not shift your weight." Omri swung the lead weight gently back and forth, feeling its pendulum rhythm. Then, with a practised flick of his wrist, he cast it forward into the grey nothingness. Plop. The sound was small, swallowed instantly by the river. Omri let the rope slide through his fingers. He counted the knots tied in the cord, each one marking a cubit. 1, 2, 3, or usually here in the northern stretch. The river was shallow. 5 cubits, perhaps 6. He expected the line to go slack any second, signalling that the lead had hit the mud or the stones of the riverbed. 7, 8, 9. The rope kept running. It hissed against his skin, a dry, abrasive whisper. Omri frowned. 10 cubits. That wasn't right. Even in the flood season, the water rarely rose this high. 12, 15. His frown deepened into a scowl. He leaned over the side, staring down into the black water, as if he could will the bottom to rise up. 20. The coil in his hand was running out. He was holding the very end of the rope now, a frayed knot that marked the limit of his measuring. The line was pulled taut, vibrating with the force of the current dragging the weight, but there was no slack, no bottom. Omri stood frozen, holding the end of the rope. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. They were not near the banks. They were not in the shallows. They were drifting over the gore, the deep trench, the rift in the earth where the river floor dropped away into an abyss. It was the spine of the river, the deepest, fastest, most dangerous channel. He was dangling a string into a canyon he couldn't see. It has no bottom, Omri whispered, his voice trembling. He hauled the line back up, hand over hand, frantically. The wet rope piled up at his feet like a coiled snake. When the lead weight finally broke the surface and thudded onto the deck, Omri stared at it as if it had betrayed him. "You're in the trench," he said, looking at the stranger. "The deep channel. We are miles from a landing. If the boat tips here, if we hit a snag..." He didn't finish the sentence. "If we go over, we never come up." Omri sat down heavily. His tools had failed him. The lamp had blinded him. The sounding line had terrified him. His frantic attempts to impose order on the chaos had only proven how small his order was. He looked at his hands. They were trembling again. "I have no anchor long enough," Omri said, defeat seeping into his tone. "I cannot stop us. We are just falling sideways." The stranger leaned forward. For the first time, he lowered his hood slightly. In the gloom, Omri saw the glint of eyes, calm, dark, and endless. "You speak of the depth as if it were an enemy," the stranger said. "It is," Omri cried. "The shallow water is safe. I can push against the bottom with my pole. I can stand up if I fall in. The depth takes you. The depth also carries you," the stranger countered. "A boat cannot run aground in the deep. The rocks cannot tear your hull when the water is this high. You're safer here, Omri, than in the shallows you crave." "Safe?" Omri laughed, a bitter, jagged sound. "Drifting blind in the middle of a trench is safe? You're not running into anything," the stranger said simply, "because there is nothing here to hit. You are free." Omri stared at him. The words made no sense to his boatman's logic. Freedom was control. Freedom was knowing your coordinates. This was helplessness. "I am not free," Omri whispered, touching the bag of silver at his chest again. "I am adrift." He picked up the oars. He didn't know where to row. He didn't know which way was north or south anymore. But he couldn't just sit there while the abyss yawned beneath them. He began to row again. Not frantically this time, but with a grim, mechanical despair. He wasn't rowing to get somewhere. He was rowing to forget that he was nowhere. Dip, pull, dip, pull. The fog swirled around them, thicker than ever, and somewhere in the distance, a new sound began to emerge. Not a clink this time, but a low rumble, continuous, growing. Omri's ears pricked up. "Do you hear that?" he asked, dread pooling in his stomach. The stranger tilted his head. "I hear it." "That is not the wind," Omri said, his voice tightening. "And it is not a tree. It sounded like water fighting stone. It sounded like the rapids of the Zor." "Rapids," Omri breathed. "We are heading for the rapids." The sound was not sudden. It grew from the belly of the river, a low, guttural vibration that travelled up through the wooden hull and into the soles of Omri's boots. At first, it sounded like distant thunder, trapped under the water. Then, it sharpened into a hiss, the sound of 1,000 snakes sliding over wet stones. And finally, it became a roar. "The Zor," Omri said, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. The Zor was the jungle of the Jordan, the tangled, chaotic, thicket where the river narrowed and dropped. In the dry season, it was a navigable channel. But in the high water, there was a chute of white foam and hidden boulders, a place where cedar trees were snapped like dry twigs. Omri knew the map of the river in his head, or at least he thought he did. By his reckoning, they should have been miles upstream from the first rapids. But the deep channel, that frictionless abyss they had been drifting over, must have carried them faster than he calculated. The river had stolen time from him. "We are too fast," Omri yelled over the growing noise. He didn't look at the stranger. He was looking at the water. The texture of the surface had changed. The smooth, oily swells were gone. In the halo of grey fog, Omri saw white streaks flashing past. Foam. The water was boiling. "We have to turn," Omri shouted. "We have to find the eddy line. We have to beach the boat before we hit the teeth." The teeth were a cluster of limestone rocks that guarded the entrance to the rapids. If they hit them broadside, the heron would shatter into splinters. Omri didn't wait for a response. He didn't need permission to save their lives. He jammed the left oar into the water, bracing his feet against the ribs of the boat. He meant to spin the prow toward the unseen western bank, to drive them into the mud, into the reeds, anywhere that was solid. Heave. The water fought back. It wasn't passive resistance anymore. It was an active, muscular force. The oar handle kicked against his palm, tearing the skin of a callus. "Turn," Omri grunted, his teeth bared in a grimace of exertion. The boat shuddered. It turned slightly, the nose swinging left. But the current was the heavy hand pushing the stern relentlessly downstream. They were crabbing, moving sideways but still falling fast toward the roar. Omri stripped off his outer tunic. He threw it onto the wet floorboards. The cold air bit into his skin, mixing with the hot sweat that slicked his back. He needed his arms free. He needed every ounce of leverage. "Row," Omri commanded himself. "Row like the devil is chasing you." He established a frantic rhythm. Splash. Pull. Gasp. Splash. Pull. Gasp. He was burning his reserves. He was spending the energy meant for tomorrow, for next week. He was pouring his life force into the wood of the oars, and for a moment it seemed to work. The roar to their right seemed to lessen slightly. They were inching toward the slower water near the bank. He could see the darker smudge of vegetation through the fog. "Almost there," Omri wheezed. "Almost." Then the stranger stood up. It happened so quickly that Omri lost his stroke. One moment, the passenger was a statue in the prow. The next, he was standing tall, balancing effortlessly on the bucking deck. "Sit down," Omri screamed, panic spiking in his chest. "You'll capsize us. Sit down." The stranger did not sit. He turned to face the bow, looking straight into the white chaos ahead. He wasn't looking for safety. He was looking at the danger. "The rocks are to the left. Omri," the stranger said. His voice was not a shout. It was calm, cutting through the roar of the water like a bell. "You're rowing us into the teeth." "No," Omri yelled back, pulling harder on the left oar. "The bank is left. Safety is left." "The bank is gone," the stranger said. "The water has flooded the bend. What looks like safety is a trap. The channel is right." "Right," Omri laughed hysterically. "Right is the centre. Right is the roar. Right is the deep water," the stranger insisted. "It is fast, but it is clear." Omri hesitated. It was a fraction of a second, but in the rapids, a second is a lifetime. He held the oars suspended, water dripping from the blades. He looked left, toward the dark smudge he thought was the bank. Through a momentary tear in the fog, he saw it. It wasn't mud. It wasn't reeds. It was white water exploding upward. The bank he was fighting so hard to reach was a line of submerged boulders, creating a deadly churn of foam. If he had continued his course, if he had succeeded in his frantic rowing, he would have driven them straight onto the rocks. Cold horror washed over him. His instincts, his trusted, boatman instincts had been wrong. His fear had blinded him. He had been rowing them towards a shipwreck. "Right," Omri whispered, the word barely audible. He reversed his grip. He slammed the right oar into the water and backwatered with the left. It was a desperate, violent manoeuvre. The boat spun. The prow swung away from the rocks, swinging toward the centre of the river, toward the loudest part of the roar. "Hold on," Omri screamed. The heron dropped. It wasn't a fall like off a cliff, but a sickening slide. The bottom of the world seemed to drop away. The boat pitched forward, diving into the chute. Water crashed over the bow. Cold, violent, heavy water. It soaked the stranger's cloak. It slapped Omri in the face, blinding him for a moment with its icy sting. The boat bucked like a wild horse. The wood groaned. The sound of the river was deafening now, a thunderous applause of water against stone. Omri didn't row now. You don't row in a chute, you brace. He jammed the oars deep into the water, using them as rudders, fighting to keep the boat straight. If they turned sideways now, the river would flip them like a coin. "Straight! Keep her straight," he chanted, a mantra against the chaos. They flew past a shadow on the left, a jagged rock the size of a house, invisible until they were right beside it. The water hissed as it curled around the stone. They missed it by inches. Then, another dip. Another crash of spray. And then, the roar began to recede behind them. The boat levelled out. The violent pitching slowed to a rhythmic rocking. The foam turned back into dark, swirling water. They had passed the first gate of the Zor. Omri slumped forward, his forehead resting on the handles of the oars. His lungs were burning as if he had swallowed fire. His arms felt like lead weights. He was shaking so hard his teeth chattered. He checked the boat. There was water in the hull, ankle deep, but they were floating. They were whole. He looked up at the stranger. The man had sat down again. He was wringing water from the hem of his cloak, his movements as unhurried as if he was sitting by a hearth. "You..." Omri gasped, struggling to find his breath. "You saw the rocks. How? The fog." "I did not see them with my eyes," the stranger said, turning to look at Omri. The hood had fallen back slightly, revealing a face that was weary but kind. "I listened to the water. The water warns you before it strikes, if you do not let your fear drown out its voice." Omri stared at him. He felt a strange mixture of gratitude and resentment. This man, this carpenter with soft hands, had just saved them. And he had done it by doing the one thing Omri refused to do, trusting the river. Omri picked up the bailer with a trembling hand. He started to scoop the water out of the boat. Splash, splash. "We are not through yet," Omri said, his voice hollow. "That was just the upper gate. There are miles of this hell left. Then we shall ride them," the stranger said. "I am tired," Omri whispered. It was the first time he had admitted it aloud. "I am so tired." "I know," the stranger said. "But the river carries the weary, just as it carries the strong. Rest your arms for a moment. Omri, the current is straight here." Omri stopped bailing. He let his hands hang limp between his knees. He looked at the water swirling around his boots. He had cast off the shore hours ago, but only now, in the aftermath of the rapids, did he realise he had also cast off something else. He had cast off his certainty. He was no longer the captain of this vessel. He was just a passenger, holding two sticks, drifting in the dark. And for the first time, that thought didn't terrify him as much as it should have. The roar of the rapids faded behind them, swallowed by the distance and the damp air, until it was nothing more than a memory of vibration in Omri's bones. They had entered a lishka, a chamber of quiet water between the turbulent stretches of the Zor. Here, the river widened slightly, its surface turning from boiling white foam back to a sleek black oil. Omri stopped rowing. He didn't have a choice. His arms were trembling with a violence he couldn't suppress. The adrenaline that had surged through him during the plunge was draining away, leaving behind a cold, hollow exhaustion. He leaned forward, resting his forehead on his crossed forearms atop the oar handles. In, out, in, out. His breath rasped in his throat, loud and wet. He felt the sting of salt, sweat or tears. He didn't know, on his lips. "Drink," a voice said. Omri lifted his head. The stranger was holding out a small water skin. Omri stared at it suspiciously for a moment, his boatman's pride bristling. He didn't take charity. He was the provider of the journey. But his throat felt like it was lined with sand. He took the skin, his fingers brushing the stranger's hand. The skin was warm. He uncorked it and drank. The water was cool, sweet, and tasted faintly of lemon. It was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and handed the skin back.
"The upper gate is past," Omri said, his voice raspy. "But we are not clear. The river winds like a snake here. The grey curtain is down." He gestured to the air around them. The fog had changed character again. It was no longer the wispy mist of the early evening, nor the swirling chaos of the rapids. It had settled into a heavy, static presence. It hung motionless over the water, dense and impenetrable.
It felt less like weather and more like architecture. Walls of grey stone built to pen them in. "I have never seen it this thick," Omri murmured. "It steals the world." He looked over the gunwale. The water was invisible 3 feet from the boat. He looked up. The moon was gone. He looked back. The wake of the boat disappeared into the grey nothingness within seconds, erasing the evidence that they had travelled at all. It was as if the heron was suspended in a jar of milk. "No up, no down, no forward, no back. Just here." "We are cut off," Omri said, a fresh wave of anxiety rising to replace the physical exhaustion. "If we drift too close to the banks in this soup, the branches will snag us. If we stay in the middle, the current might sweep us into the lower Zor before we hear it." He looked at the stranger, searching for that infuriating calmness. "You said you heard the water. Do you hear it now?" The stranger capped the water skin and set it down. He closed his eyes for a moment, tilting his head. "The water is quiet here," the stranger said. "It is resting. Perhaps you should too." "Rest?" Omri let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "A boatman who rests in the Zor wakes up dead. I have to watch. I have to..." He trailed off. Watch what? There was nothing to see. He turned his gaze inward, to the only thing that felt real, the weight of the silver pouch against his chest. He pressed his hand over his heart, feeling the hard lumps of the coins. 30 shekels, that was the price. 30 pieces of silver to risk his life, to leave his home, to navigate hell in a wooden bucket. Is it worth it? The question didn't come from the stranger. It came from the fog, or maybe it came from inside Omri's own skull. He looked at the stranger, but the man was looking at the water, his expression unreadable. "I have debts," Omri said aloud, defending himself against the silence. "A man must pay what he owes. Honour is keeping your accounts balanced." "Is that what honour is?" the stranger asked softly, without turning. "Arithmetic. It is the only law that matters," Omri snapped. "You borrow, you pay, you work, you eat, you break, you fix. Simple." "And what of the things that cannot be fixed?" the stranger asked. "What of the things that are broken beyond the repair of hands?" Omri gripped the oars. The wood creaked. Elian. The name floated up from the dark water of his mind. The brother he had broken. The bond he had severed. "Everything can be fixed," Omri insisted, his voice tight. "With enough time, with enough silver, I will pay the merchant. I will fix the roof. I will buy a new net. I will make everything right." "You speak of things, Omri." The stranger turned to face him now, his eyes piercing the gloom. "But you do not speak of people. People are just complicated things," Omri muttered, looking away. He stared into the grey wall. For a moment, the fog seemed to swirl. The shifting vapour took shapes. Omri blinked. He thought he saw a figure standing on the water, just at the edge of his vision. A tall, slender figure holding a piece of wood. Omri rubbed his eyes. The figure dissolved into mist. "My eyes are tired," he whispered. "The fog is playing tricks." "The fog is a mirror," the stranger said. "When there is nothing outside to see, the eyes turn inward. What do you see, Omri?" "I see grey," Omri lied. "Just grey." But he didn't. He saw the workshop. He saw the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams of a day 10 years gone. He saw the back of his brother walking away down the dusty road, a silhouette that grew smaller and smaller until it vanished. Omri felt a sudden, crushing loneliness. It wasn't the solitude of the river, which he was used to. It was the solitude of a man who had built a fortress to keep the world out, only to realise he had walled himself in. He looked at the stranger, this silent passenger who had appeared from nowhere, who knew the river better than a boatman, who asked questions that cut like knives. "Why did you choose me?" Omri asked, his voice trembling slightly. "There are other boatmen, younger men, men with better eyes and sturdier boats. Why me?" The stranger smiled, a small, sad smile that barely touched his lips. "Because, Omri," he said gently, "you are the only one who is already drowning." Omri recoiled as if he had been slapped. "I am not drowning. I am the best swimmer in the valley." "One does not need water to drown," the stranger said. He pulled his cloak tighter. "Row gently, my friend. The current is taking us exactly where we need to go." Omri wanted to argue. He wanted to shout that he was in control, that he was navigating, that he was the master of his fate. But the words died in his throat. He looked at the oars. 2 pieces of dead wood. He looked at the fog, a wall of nothing. He dipped the oars in. Splash. Softly this time. Not fighting, just moving. They drifted deeper into the grey curtain, leaving the known world behind. And for the first time, Omri felt the terrifying possibility that they might never come back out. The silence of the fog was not empty, it was heavy. It pressed against Omri's eardrums like water pressure at the bottom of a well. He had stopped rowing again. Not out of exhaustion this time, but out of a sudden, paralysing need to listen. In the white void, sounds did not behave as they should. They detached themselves from their sources and floated freely. The squeak of an oarlock sounded like a door hinge opening in an empty house. The splash of a fish surfacing sounded like a stone thrown by an unseen hand. Omri sat rigid on the bench, his head cocked to the side. "Did you say something?" he whispered. The stranger sat in the bow, a dark smudge against the grey. "I said nothing. I heard..." Omri trailed off. He swallowed, his throat dry despite the damp air. "I heard a name." "What name?" Omri didn't answer. He couldn't, because the name he'd heard was his own, and it hadn't been spoken by the stranger. It had been spoken in a voice that belonged to a ghost. "Omri! It came from the water!" A soft, gurgling whisper as the current curled around the rudder. Omri gripped the oars tighter, his knuckles turning the colour of old parchment. He told himself it was just the river. Rivers had acoustics. They echoed. They distorted. But the logic felt thin, like paper held up against a storm. Slap, swish. "Omri!" He squeezed his eyes shut. The darkness behind his eyelids was no better than the grey fog. It was a canvas for the mind to paint on. Suddenly, the soundscape shifted. The gentle lapping of the water changed rhythm. It became sharper, harder. Clack, clack, clack. It sounded like wood striking wood. Omri's breath hitched. He knew that sound. It was the sound of a mallet hitting a chisel. It was the heartbeat of his father's workshop. The smell of wet river mud vanished, replaced instantly by the scent of cedar shavings and hot glue. The cold mist on his skin felt like the heat of a brazier. He was no longer on the river. He was standing in the doorway of the shop. 10 years ago. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floor littered with sawdust. Elian was there. He wasn't a ghost. He was solid. He was warm. He was wearing his work tunic. stained with oil and varnish. He was working on a piece of cypress wood, his hands moving with that infuriating, beautiful confidence. "We have to sell it, Elian," Omri heard his own voice say. It sounded younger, sharper, full of a terrified arrogance. Clack, clack. Elian didn't stop working. "Sell the soul to feed the body? Is that your wisdom, brother?" "It's not a soul. It's a shed full of unsold chairs and half-finished statues," Omri shouted. He felt the anger rising in his chest. A hot, toxic bubble. The tax collector doesn't take statues. Elian takes coin. Elian stopped. He laid the mallet down. The silence in the workshop was deafening. He turned to look at Omri. His eyes were not angry. They were disappointed. That was the worst part. The disappointment. "You are afraid, Omri," Elian said softly. "You are so afraid of falling that you have forgotten how to climb." "I am the only one keeping us from starving," Omri screamed. He swept his arm across the workbench, knocking the tools to the floor. Crash, gouges, chisels, the beloved carving knife, they all clattered onto the stone. The sound of the tools hitting the floor echoed, loud, metallic, final. Crash! Omri jerked his eyes open. He gasped, sucking in the cold, wet air of the river. The workshop was gone. The smell of cedar was gone. But the sound remained. Thump. Something had hit the side of the boat. Omri jumped, the oars rattling in their locks. "Who is there?" he yelled into the fog. He scrambled for his knife, pulling it halfway out of its sheath. He spun around, searching the water. A dark shape bobbed in the current next to the hull. It bumped against the wood again. Thump. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a tax collector. It was a log. A piece of driftwood, stripped of its bark, bleached white by the sun and water. It looked like a bone. A giant floating femur. Omri stared at it, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He let out a long, shaky breath. He shoved the log away with the blade of his oar. "Get away," he hissed. "Go downstream. Leave me be." The log spun slowly and drifted back into the mist, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Omri slumped back onto the bench. He was trembling. The vision had been so real. The anger had been so fresh. "The river holds memories," the stranger said. His voice was not intrusive. It was simply there, like the air. "Water has a memory. It cycles through the earth, through the sky, through us. It remembers everything it has touched." "I don't want to remember," Omri whispered. He wiped his face. His hand came away wet with cold sweat. "I just want to deliver you. I just want the silver." "The silver will pay the merchant," the stranger said. "But what will pay the silence?" Omri looked at him. "What do you mean? You fill the silence with noise. Omri, you fill your life with work. You fill your boat with goods. But when the fog comes and the work stops, the silence is still there, and it is loud." Omri felt a lump form in his throat. It was a hard, painful knot of unshed tears. "He left me," Omri said, his voice cracking. "He walked away. I was the one who stayed. I was the one who fixed the mess. Why am I the one who feels guilty?" "Because you did not just fix the mess," the stranger said gently. "You broke the bridge." Omri looked down at his hands. They were strong hands, capable hands, hands that could row a boat through a storm. But they were also hands that had swept tools off a table, hands that had pushed a brother away. "It's too late," Omri murmured. 10 years. The river flows one way. You cannot row upstream to yesterday." "The river flows one way," the stranger agreed. "But the river is also a circle. The rain that falls on the mountain today is the same water that flowed into the sea yesterday. Nothing is truly lost, Omri. It just changes form." Omri didn't understand, or perhaps he didn't want to understand. It sounded like hope, and hope was dangerous. Hope was a heavy cargo that could sink a small boat. "Philosophies won't navigate this fog," Omri muttered, retreating back into his shell of practicality. "We are drifting. I need to row." He picked up the oars again. He needed the physical pain in his shoulders to drown out the voice of Elian. He needed the splash-pull rhythm to replace the clack-clack of the workshop. He began to row, harder this time, angrier. Splash, pull, splash, pull. Quiet down, he commanded the river. Be quiet. But the river continued to lap against the hull, whispering the names of things lost and things broken in the language of water. And deep in his pocket, the silver coins felt heavier than ever, not like wealth, but like stones meant to weigh a body down. Omri was rowing against demons. That was the only explanation for the ferocity of his strokes. Slash, pull, slash, pull. He wasn't trying to move the boat. He was trying to outrun the voice of his brother that echoed in the mist. Peace, the stranger said. It wasn't a command, it was a suggestion, offered as lightly as a falling leaf. Omri ignored him. He kept his eyes fixed on the invisible stern, his jaw set in a line of granite. Then he heard a sound that didn't belong on a river at midnight. It was the scraping of metal against ceramic. Scrape, scrape. Omri stopped rowing, the oars dripping water onto his knees. He turned his head sharply. In the bow of the boat, the stranger had created a small miracle of domesticity. He had pulled a small round clay brazier from his bundle. It was no bigger than a melon, with holes punched in the sides for air. Inside, a small pinch of charcoal was already glowing, a tiny, breathing heart of orange in the grey world. "What are you doing?" Omri demanded, his voice hoarse. "Fire in a wooden boat? Are you mad? If a spark jumps..." "The wood is wet, Omri," the stranger said calmly, placing a small copper pot atop the brazier. "It would not catch fire if we held a torch to it. And the cold has settled into your marrow. You need heat." "No, I am fine," Omri lied, though his teeth were on the verge of chattering. "I don't need magic tricks. I need a shoreline." The stranger didn't argue. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a bundle of dried herbs. They were bound with a piece of twine, the leaves grey-green and brittle. He crushed a few leaves between his long fingers and dropped them into the water in the copper pot. The hiss of the water beginning to simmer was a soft, domestic sound. And then the smell hit Omri. It drifted back from the bow, carried on the damp air, trapped by the tent of the fog. It cut through the stench of river mud, rotting fish, and old sweat. It was sharp, earthy, pungent, sage, wild sage. The kind that grew on the rocky hillsides of Judea, baking in the fierce noon sun until its oil was concentrated into a perfume strong enough to wake the dead. Omri's grip on the oars loosened. His shoulders dropped an inch. He wasn't on the boat anymore. He was 6 years old. He was sitting on the rough stone step of the back door to his parents' house. The sun was golden, heavy with the promise of evening. The air was filled with the buzzing of bees. His mother was there. He couldn't see her face clearly. Time had blurred the features like a coin worn smooth, but he saw her hands. They were large hands for a woman, rough from work, dusted with flour. She was bundling sage to dry for the winter tea. "Breath it in, Omri," she would say, holding a sprig under his small nose. "It smells like courage. It smells like the earth holding on, even when the rain doesn't come." And Elian was there too, 4 years old, stumbling over his own feet, chasing a butterfly through the herb patch. He fell, scraping his knee on a stone. He started to cry. A high, thin wail. Omri remembered what he did. He didn't laugh. He didn't walk away. He ran to his little brother. He picked up a leaf of the sage, crushed it just like his mother did, and held it to Elian's nose. "Don't cry," the 6-year-old Omri had said, trying to sound like a man. "Smell this. It makes you strong." Elian had sniffed, his tears stopping, his eyes widening at the sharp scent. He had looked at Omri with total trust, with adoration. "You fix it, Omri?" Elian had asked. "I fix it," Omri had promised. The memory was so vivid, so warm, that when the cold mist of the river touched his cheek again, it felt like a betrayal. Omri blinked. The garden was gone. The golden light was gone. He was back in the grey void, drifting toward an unknown fate. A tear, hot and angry, leaked from the corner of his eye. He wiped it away furiously with his knuckle. "Sage," Omri whispered. "And a little dried mint," the stranger added, "from the garden in Nazareth." He poured the dark amber liquid into 2 small wooden cups he had produced from his cloak. Steam curled up, white against the grey fog. He held 1 cup out to Omri. Omri hesitated. Taking the cup felt like surrendering. It felt like admitting he was just a man, cold and frightened, and not the captain of the vessel. But the smell... The smell was a rope thrown to a drowning man. He released 1 oar and reached out. His calloused fingers brushed the smooth wood of the cup. The heat radiated into his palm, shocking and wonderful. He brought the cup to his lips and blew on the steam. He took a sip. It was bitter. It was sweet. It tasted of rocks and sun and memory. It tasted of a time before debts, before silence, before the river had become a barrier instead of a road. Omri closed his eyes and swallowed. The warmth travelled down his throat, settling in his stomach, thawing the knot of ice that had been there since he took the silver. My mother. Omri started, then stopped. He stared into the dark liquid. She used to dry sage in the autumn. Mothers know the medicine of the earth, the stranger said, sipping his own tea. She told me it smelled like courage, Omri said softly. I think she lied. It just smells like home. Perhaps they are the same thing, the stranger suggested. Perhaps courage is simply knowing you have a home to return to. Omri laughed, a short, dry sound. Then I have no courage. The house is empty. The roof leaks, and the only family I have left is a ghost I created. A house is made of walls and beams, the stranger said, looking into the fire of the brazier. A home is made of forgiveness. You can build a house, Omri, but you must grow a home. I am not a gardener, Omri muttered, retreating into his bitterness. I am a boatman. I transport things. I do not grow them. And yet, the stranger pointed to the cup in Omri's hand. You nurture the memory. You hold it gently. You have not spilled a drop. Omri looked at the cup. He was holding it with both hands, cradling it as if it were a fragile bird. He hadn't realised he was doing it. He took another long sip. The bitterness of the sage seemed to scrub the fear from his tongue. For a few minutes, there was no sound but the hiss of the dying charcoal and the soft slurping of tea. The boat drifted. The oars trailed idly in the water. For the first time all night, Omri wasn't fighting the current. He was just sitting, drinking tea with a stranger in the middle of nowhere. It was a strange, suspended moment of peace, a truce with the river. The fog is lifting, Omri asked hopefully, squinting into the gloom. No, the stranger said. The fog is the same. It is you who are settling. Omri frowned. He didn't like riddles, but he couldn't deny that his heart rate had slowed. The panic that had been clawing at his throat had receded, replaced by a melancholy calm. He looked at the stranger, this man who carried fire in a pouch and comfort in a cup. You're a strange carpenter, Omri said. You fix moods better than you fix tables. The stranger smiled. The firelight caught his eyes, making them dance. I have built many tables, he said softly. But the most important work is done at the table, not on it. It is the breaking of bread, the sharing of the cup. That is where the structure of the world is truly built. Omri drained the last drop of tea. The dregs were gritty on his tongue. He handed the cup back. Thank you, Omri mumbled. It was hard for him to say. You're welcome. The stranger packed the cups away. He doused the tiny fire with a splash of river water. Hiss. The orange glow vanished. The grey returned, claiming the world again. But the smell of sage lingered. It clung to Omri's moustache. It filled the small space of the boat. Omri picked up the oars. They felt lighter now. We are still lost, Omri said, stating the fact without the edge of terror. We're still moving, the stranger corrected. Omri nodded. He didn't know where they were going. He didn't know if they would survive the night. But for the moment, with the taste of his mother's garden in his mouth, the darkness felt a little less absolute. He dipped the oars. Splash. The heron glided on, carrying its 2 passengers deeper into the mystery of the night. The tea had lied, or rather, the comfort it brought had been a sedative, masking the reality of their situation. Omri felt strong again. The warmth of the sage was still humming in his stomach, and he translated that warmth into motion. Heave, splash, recover. He was rowing with a renewed, vigorous rhythm. He was determined to punch a hole through this fog by sheer force of will. "I know this stretch," Omri said between breaths, constructing a narrative to keep himself sane. "After the Lishka, the river straightens out. We just need to keep the prow pointed downstream. If I row hard enough, we will outrun the mist." He counted his strokes. 100, 200, 300. In his mind, he was painting a map. 300 strokes meant half a mile. Half a mile meant they were closer to the clay ford, closer to Jericho, closer to the end of this nightmare. "We are making good time," Omri announced. He wanted the stranger to praise him. He wanted validation that his effort was translating into progress. The stranger said nothing. He sat with his hands folded in his lap, his head turning slowly, tracking something invisible in the grey swirl. Omri ignored the silence. He focused on the water. It was moving sluggishly here, thick and black, swirling in lazy patterns that made his eyes ache if he looked at them too long. Suddenly, a shape materialised out of the fog on the left side of the boat. It was a snag, a dead tree trunk stuck fast in the riverbed, its jagged branches thrusting up out of the water like the withered hand of a giant begging for help. A scrap of old, pale cloth was caught on one of the wooden fingers, fluttering limply in the stale air. Omri rowed past it, giving it a wide berth. "Ugly thing," he muttered. "Looks like a drowned man's hand." He kept rowing, and 400 strokes, 500. "We must be near the sleeping rock," Omri said, straining his eyes forward. "I should hear the water breaking over it soon." He rowed on. The fog seemed to be thinning slightly, or was that just wishful thinking? No, it was definitely. A shape emerged from the fog on the left. Omri frowned. Another snag. The river was full of debris tonight. He rowed closer. The shape sharpened. It was a dead tree trunk. It had jagged branches thrusting up like a withered hand. Omri's heart skipped a beat. A cold prickle of recognition danced on his neck. And then he saw it. The scrap of pale cloth, caught on the third branch, fluttering limply. Omri stopped rowing. The oars dragged in the water, acting as brakes. The boat drifted slowly, turning sideways. He stared at the snag. He stared at the cloth. "No," he whispered. "That's impossible." "It is the same tree," the stranger said softly. "It can't be," Omri snapped, his voice rising in pitch. "I've been rowing for 20 minutes. I've rowed a mile. I rowed away from it." "You rowed," the stranger agreed, "but you did not leave." Omri grabbed the oars again. He spun the boat around, frantic now. He checked the current. He checked the wake. And then he saw the truth. It was written in the lines of foam on the water's surface. They weren't flowing straight downstream. They were curving, a long, slow, lazy arc. An eddy, Omri breathed, the words stealing the air from his lungs. A giant eddy! They were caught in a massive circular current. A carousel of water formed where the river widened. The main current was flowing past them somewhere out in the fog, but they had been sucked into this stagnant loop. Omri had spent the last 20 minutes, the last 500 strokes of his life, rowing in a perfect, futile circle. He dropped the oars. They clattered loudly against the gunwales. He looked at his hands. They were trembling. He looked at his shoulders, which ached with the burn of lactic acid. All that effort, all that sweat, all that progress. Zero. "I am a fool," Omri whispered. He slumped forward, burying his face in his hands. "I am a blind, stupid fool. I thought I was racing toward the dawn. and I was just chasing my own tail. The circle is a deceptive trap, the stranger said. It feels like motion. It feels like work, but it is only repetition. Omri lifted his head. His eyes were red-rimmed and hollow. It's my life, he said bitterly. It's not just the river, it's everything. He gestured wildly at the empty air. This is how I live. I wake up, I row, I earn a coin, I pay a debt, I buy bread, I sleep, I wake up, I row, I earn a coin, I pay a debt. He laughed, a jagged sound that frightened him. I row so hard, stranger. You have no idea how hard I row. I work until my back screams. I work until my hands bleed. And every year I look at the shore and I'm in the exact same place. The debt is the same. The hut is the same. The loneliness is the same. He pointed a shaking finger at the snag with the rag on it. That tree, that is my life. I think I am passing it, leaving it behind. But I always come back to it. The same old broken hand waving at me. The stranger looked at the snag, then back at Omri. His gaze was not pitying, it was piercing. You row in circles because you are rowing with only one oar. Omri, he said. What are you talking about? Omri looked at the 2 oars resting in the locks. I have 2 oars. I am using both arms. I speak of your spirit, the stranger said. You row with fear. That is a strong arm. Yes, it pulls hard, but unless you balance it with faith on the other side, you will only ever spin in circles. Faith, Omri scoffed, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Faith doesn't pay the merchant. Fear does. Fear wakes me up in the morning. Fear keeps me patching the boat. Fear keeps you busy, the stranger corrected. But it does not take you anywhere. It traps you in the eddy. It tells you that if you stop rowing, you will die. So you row, and you row, and you stay exactly where you are. Omri looked at the dark water swirling lazily around the boat. It was true. The water here wasn't violent. It wasn't trying to kill him like the rapids. It was just holding him, keeping him busy, keeping him tired. So what do I do? Omri asked, his voice defeated. If I row, I spin. If I stop, I drift. I am trapped. To leave the eddy, the stranger said, leaning forward, you must do the thing that feels wrong to your fear, which is, you must stop fighting for the centre. The stranger pointed toward the invisible main channel. You're trying to force the boat upstream to get back to the current, but you cannot fight the eddy's strength. He pointed toward the outer edge of the swirl. You must ride the spin until it throws you out. You must let the circle finish itself. Do not row against it. Row with it. Add your strength to the spin, and at the very edge, break free. Omri stared at him. Row with the trap? That makes no sense. The way out is often through, the stranger said. Trust the momentum. Omri looked at the snag again. It was drifting closer. They were completing another lap. He took a deep breath. He grabbed the oars. His instincts screamed at him to the backwater, to fight the spin. But he looked at the stranger's calm face. Row with it. Omri plunged the oars in. He pulled, not to stop the boat, but to speed it up. He pushed the heron faster into the curve of the eddy. The boat surged. The centrifugal force pressed Omri against the side. They spun faster. The snag rushed toward them, then flashed past. Now, the stranger said sharply, cut hard. Omri slammed the right oar into the water and pulled with everything he had left. The boat shuddered. It broke the surface tension of the eddy line. It felt like jumping off a moving cart. With a lurch, the heron shot out of the stagnant water. The sluggish swirl was gone. The water beneath them suddenly felt alive again. Fast, linear, purposeful. They were back in the main channel. Omri slumped over the oars, gasping. The air felt different here. It was moving. They were moving. We are out, Omri wheezed. We are moving downriver. Yes, the stranger said softly. You stopped fighting the circle, and the circle let you go. Omri looked back into the fog. The snag was gone. The eddy was gone. He touched his chest. The fear was still there. The debt was still there. But for the first time, he understood that rowing harder wasn't always the answer. Sometimes you had to know how to row. And sometimes you had to trust a stranger to tell you when to break away. The river had straightened out. The circular trap of the eddy was miles behind them now, a bad memory dissolving in the wake. They were back in the main artery of the Jordan, moving south with the steady, inexorable pull of gravity. But the relief Omri had felt upon escaping was short-lived. It had been replaced by a dull, throbbing agony that started in his fingertips and radiated all the way down to the base of his spine. Every stroke was a battle. Reach. The muscles in his lower back screamed in protest, tight as bowstrings about to snap. Catch. The water felt heavier now, not like liquid, but like wet clay that refused to yield. Pull. His shoulders burned with a fire that no amount of cold night air could extinguish. Omri looked down at his hands. In the gloom, they looked like claws, curled, rigid, locked around the wooden handles. He tried to open his left hand to adjust his grip, but the fingers refused to straighten. They were cramped shut, moulded into the shape of the work. "Just keep moving," he whispered, the mantra losing its power with every repetition. He looked at the stranger. The man was still sitting in the bow, wrapped in his cloak, as composed as a king on a throne. He wasn't rowing. He wasn't sweating. He wasn't bleeding. A hot spark of resentment flared in Omri's chest. It was an ugly feeling, sour and sharp, mixing with the exhaustion. Why must I always be the beast of burden, Omri thought. Why is it always my hands that blister? Why is it always my back that breaks? "You are quiet," Omri said, his voice raspy. He wanted to pick a fight. He needed to vent the pressure building inside him. "The philosophy has run dry." The stranger turned. Even in the dark, Omri could feel the weight of his gaze. "I was listening to your breathing, Omri," the stranger said. "It is the breathing of a man who is carrying a mountain." "I am carrying a boat," Omri corrected sharply. "And a passenger. And a debt." "That is enough." "Is it?" the stranger asked. "The boat is buoyant. The water carries most of its weight. The passenger is light. The debt is just paper and numbers. Why then do you row as if you're dragging the riverbed behind you?" Omri slammed the oars into the water. Splash. "Because that is what life is," Omri shouted, startling a heron nesting in the reeds. "Life is weight. You want to eat, you lift the plough. You want to build, you lift the stone. Or you want to move, you pull the oar. There is no magic. Stranger, there is only sweat." He pulled hard, the physical exertion momentarily drowning out the resentment. "My brother. Elian." Omri spat the name out like a piece of gristle. He thought he could live without weight. He thought he could live on light and air and pretty thoughts. And where did it get him? He's gone, blown away like chaff. I'm the one who stayed. I'm the one who bore the weight. The memory washed over him then, triggered by the burning in his shoulders. He was 22. It was the day of their father's funeral. The sky had been grey, just like this fog. The air had been thick with the smell of damp earth and hyssop. Elian had been weeping. He had thrown himself on the fresh grave, sobbing openly, his grief wild and messy. He was broken. And Omri had stood straight. He hadn't shed a tear. He had stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding to the neighbours, thanking the rabbi, counting the coins to pay the gravediggers. He remembered the feeling of superiority that had swelled in his chest that day. It was a cold, hard armour. Look at him, Omri had thought, looking down at his weeping brother. He is weak. He collapses under the sorrow. But I am strong. I am holding this family up. I am the pillar. He had picked up the mantle of the head of house that day. He had put it on his shoulders like a yoke, and he had never taken it off. I carried everything, Omri muttered to the rhythm of the oars. When father died, when the roof collapsed, when the famine came, I carried it all. You carried it, the stranger agreed softly. But did you share it? Share it? Omri laughed bitterly. With whom? With the dreamer. If I'd handed Elian one corner of the burden, he would have dropped it to chase a butterfly. I had to do it alone. It was the only way to make sure it was done right. There is a difference, Omri, the stranger said, between carrying a burden because you must, and carrying it because you love the feeling of the weight. Omri stopped rowing. The boat coasted. Love the weight, Omri whispered, incredulous. You think I love this? You think I love the pain, the worry, the sleepless nights? I think you love the martyrdom of it, the stranger said. His voice was not accusing, merely observant, like a physician diagnosing a wound. I think you hold on to the burden because it makes you feel necessary. It makes you feel strong. And most of all, it makes you feel better than the one who walked away. Omri opened his mouth to shout, to deny it, to curse this presumptuous passenger. But the words died in his throat, because it was true. For 10 years, Omri had nursed his resentment like a precious ember. He had fed it with every blister, every copper coin earned, every lonely meal. See how much I suffer, he would tell the ghost of his brother. See how noble my suffering is? You are weak because you left. I am a hero because I stayed and suffered. His pain was his trophy. His exhaustion was his proof of righteousness. If I put the weight down, Omri whispered, his voice trembling. Who am I? You are Omri, the stranger said. Just a man, not a pillar, not a saviour. Just a man worthy of rest. I don't know how to rest, Omri admitted. It was the most honest thing he'd said all night. If I stop working, I feel empty. That is because you have filled your soul with work instead of love, the stranger said. Work ends. Love does not. Omri looked down at the oars. They were just pieces of wood. They didn't care about his pride. They didn't care about his sacrifice. They were indifferent tools. He was the one who had turned them into instruments of penance. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his right hand. He gasped and let go of the handle. He brought his hand up to his face. A blister on his palm, thick and callous, had finally burst. Raw, red skin was exposed, weeping clear fluid mixed with a smudge of dirt. It throbbed with a stinging heat. I am bleeding, Omri said, staring at the wound. The body has limits, the stranger said. Even a pillar of stone cracks eventually. Omri looked at the open sore. It was ugly. It was painful. But it was also a release. The skin had been too hard, too tight for too long. It had to break to heal. I cannot row like this, Omri said, cradling his hand. The salt water, the friction. Then do not row, the stranger said, but the river. The river is flowing south. Omri, we are in the channel. The current is doing the work now. You're only rowing to add speed to what is already inevitable. Omri looked at the dark water sliding past. It was true. The boat was moving swiftly. His rowing had been adding maybe a knot of speed, born of impatience, born of the need to control. He looked at the oarlocks. Clack, clack, slowly, hesitantly. Omri pulled the oars in. He slid them into the boat and, laying them along the gunwales. The silence that followed was profound. There was no splash, no grunt, no creaking of wood, just the soft hiss of the water carrying the hull. Omri sat there, his hands empty for the first time in hours. He felt naked. He felt vulnerable. He felt useless. I am doing nothing, Omri whispered, and panic fluttering in his chest. No, the stranger said, leaning back and closing his eyes. You are trusting, and that is the hardest work of all. Omri gripped his knees with his wounded hands. The sting was a sharp reminder of his humanity. He watched the fog drift past. He wasn't steering. He wasn't powering the vessel. He was just a passenger in his own boat. And as the heron drifted deeper into the night, carried by a force he could not see and did not create, Omri felt the phantom weight on his shoulders begin, very slowly, to lighten. Idleness was a poison to Omri. Though his hands were bleeding and his back was knotted with pain, sitting still in the drifting boat felt unnatural. It felt like dying. The silence of the hull sliding through the water amplified the noise in his head. He sat on his hands to stop them from reaching for the oars. He stared into the grey wall of fog until his eyes watered, searching for a break, a line, a shadow, anything that wasn't this endless, fluid purgatory. "The hunger for land," the stranger murmured from the dark. "It plays tricks on the mind." "I am not hungry for land," Omri grumbled, though his eyes never stopped scanning. "I am hungry for certainty. Water changes shape, land stays put. A man can trust dirt. Even dirt shifts. Omri, mudslides, earthquakes, sandstorms. The only solid ground is within." Omri rolled his eyes. He was tired of metaphors. He wanted a dock. He wanted a bollard to tie a rope to. He wanted to step off this floating coffin and feel the jar of impact in his heels. And then he saw it. To the right, the west. A dark, straight line cut through the nebulous grey. It wasn't the jagged silhouette of a snag, nor the shifting swirl of a current. It was solid. It was high. It was a bank. Omri's heart leapt into his throat. "There," he whispered in that, pointing with a trembling finger. "Do you see it? The fog has lifted near the edge. That is the cliff below the clay ford." "Know that profile." He didn't wait for confirmation. The sight of land was an intoxicant. It overrode his exhaustion. It overrode the pain in his palms. He grabbed the long steering pole from the bottom of the boat. He didn't use the oars. He wanted precision. He stood up, ignoring the way his legs shook, and jammed the pole into the water. "Omri, wait," the stranger said. His voice was sharp. A warning bell. "That is not the shore." "It is." Omri insisted, his eyes wide with desperate hope. "Look at it. It's solid. It's high ground. If I can beach us there, we can wait out the night. We can make a fire, real fire, on dry ground." He pushed the pole hard against the stern, angling the boat toward the dark shape. The heron responded sluggishly, turning its nose toward the shadow. "It is too close," the stranger said. "The sound is wrong." "The sound?" Omri laughed breathlessly. "It's silent. That means it's safe. No rapids." "Just good solid clay." He pushed harder. The boat glided out of the main channel, moving into the slower, darker water that bordered the shape. The dark line loomed larger. It looked like a sheer cliff face, safe and inviting. Omri could almost feel the dry earth under his boots. He prepared to jump. He coiled the bow rope in his hand, ready to leap ashore and tie them off. "Salvation," he muttered. Finally, the boat drifted closer. 10 yards, 5 yards. And then, the wind shifted slightly, stirring the fog. The cliff rippled. Omri froze. Cliffs did not ripple. The boat carried its momentum forward, sliding inevitably toward the dark mass. And as they crossed the last few feet of visibility, the illusion shattered. It wasn't a clay bank. It wasn't land. It was a wall of papyrus reeds, giant ancient reeds, growing 10 feet tall, packed so densely together they looked like a solid wall in the gloom. But they were not solid. They were a labyrinth. "Back!" the stranger shouted, standing up. But it was too late. Crish, crush. The sound was sickening, like 1,000 dry bones breaking at once. The heron ploughed nose first into the thicket. The reeds didn't stop the boat, they swallowed it. The stiff, sharp stalks whipped against Omri's face, cutting his cheek. They tangled in the oarlocks. They scratched against the hull with a screeching sound that set his teeth on edge. The boat shuddered and came to the halt, wedged tight in the vegetation. Omri stood there, the steering pole useless in his hands. He was surrounded by rustling, dry death. The smell hit him then, not the clean smell of earth, but the stench of stagnant water, rotting vegetation, and sulphur. He poked the pole over the side, looking for the bottom. It sank through the muck without resistance. 3 feet, 5 feet, mud, deep, sucking, treacherous mud. If he had jumped, if he had leaped for his solid ground, he would have sunk to his waist in the slime, trapped in the reeds, invisible to the world. It looked like rock, Omri stammered, his face pale. It was a shadow, the stranger said, brushing a broken reed from his shoulder. You wanted it to be a shore so badly that you painted it with your desire. Omri slumped down onto the bench. The disappointment was a physical blow, heavier than the fatigue. He had been so sure. We are stuck, Omri whispered. He looked around. The reeds towered over them, blocking out even the faint grey light of the fog. They were in a cage of grass. The air was still and stifling, buzzing with the sound of mosquitoes rising from the muck. This is the false shore, the stranger said quietly. It offers the illusion of safety, but it is only a trap of stagnation. Many men end their journeys here. Omri. They mistake the pause for the destination. How do we get out? Omri asked, panic rising again. The mud, it holds the hull like glue. We push, the stranger said. Backwards, back to the river. Omri grabbed the pole again. He jammed it into the reed bed, feeling it sink into the soft rot. He pushed. His muscles trembled. The boat didn't move. The mud sucked at the hull. It won't budge, Omri cried. Together, the stranger said. A passenger moved to the stern next to Omri. He picked up one of the oars. He didn't use the blade, he used the handle, jamming it against a thick clump of reed roots. On my count, the stranger said. 1, 2, push. Omri groaned, putting his shoulder into the pole. The stranger pushed with the oar. Squelch. The mud gave a reluctant, wet protest. The boat slid back an inch. Again, the stranger commanded. Push. They fought the mud for minutes that felt like hours. Sweat poured down Omri's face, stinging the cut on his cheek. The smell of the swamp was choking. But slowly, painfully, the heron began to retreat. Inch by inch, they backed out of the trap. The reeds scraped along the hull, reluctant to let their prey go. With one final, lung-bursting heave, the boat popped free. They drifted back into the open water. The air suddenly felt cleaner, cooler. The current caught the stern, turning them back toward the south. Omri dropped the pole. He collapsed onto the floorboards, coughing. He was covered in bits of dry reed and flecks of black mud. He looked back at the dark wall. It still looked like a cliff. It still looked like safety. It was a perfect lie. I almost killed us, Omri whispered. I almost jumped into the mud. Impatience is a dangerous guide, the stranger said, sitting back down and arranging his cloak. It blinds us to the difference between a haven and a grave. Omri looked at his hands. They were dirtier now, shaking harder. I won't look anymore, Omri said, his voice broken. I won't look for the shore. I can't trust my eyes. Good, the stranger said. Now you're beginning to see. They drifted on. Omri didn't try to steer. He didn't try to find land. He lay on the bottom of the boat, staring up at the nothingness, terrified of his own hope. The river took them, moving them mad away from the false shore, carrying them deeper into the surrender he was still trying to fight. The escape from the reeds had left a residue of fear that stuck to Omri's skin like the black mud on his boots. He was back in the open water now. The heron was floating free, drifting south on the invisible spine of the current, but Omri could not relax. The memory of that sickening crish-crush sound, the sound of the boat ploughing into the trap, replayed in his mind on an endless loop. He'd been so sure. He'd seen the cliff. He'd seen the salvation. And he had been wrong. Clean the oar locks, Omri muttered to himself, needing a task to steady his trembling hands. He reached down and pulled a handful of crushed papyrus fibres from the iron ring of the right oar. The wet vegetation felt slimy and cold. He threw it overboard. He checked the rudder. He checked the depth of the bilge water. He was checking everything because he no longer trusted anything. The river is widening, the stranger said. His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the chaotic thumping of Omri's heart. The air feels different here. Omri squinted into the fog. "We're approaching the split," he said, his voice tight. "The river divides around a sunken island of rock, the Goat's Back. We call it..." Omri knew this part of the Jordan well, or at least the Omri of yesterday knew it. In the daylight, the Goat's Back was a navigational nuisance, a long, jagged ridge of limestone that split the current in two. The left channel was wide and shallow, usually safe for flat-bottomed boats. The right channel was narrow, deep, and fast. A chute that squeezed the water until it hissed. "We go left," Omri decided aloud, gripping the oars. "The left is slower, safer. I can use the pole if we get too close to the bottom." He began to row. He pulled on the right oar, intending to swing the prow of the Heron toward the eastern bank, toward the wide, gentle, shallow water. Dip, pull, the boat responded. The nose began to turn left. But as the boat swung, a sound drifted out of the mist. Hiss. It was a low, sibilant sound, like a pot boiling over on a distant fire. To a layman, it might have sounded like wind in the leaves, but to Omri, it sounded like water moving over gravel. "See?" Omri said, nodding to the darkness. "I hear the shallows. That is the sound of safety. That is the sound of the bottom coming up to meet us." He prepared to put his full weight into the next stroke, to drive them decisively into the left channel. He planted his feet. He tightened his grip on the wood, and then he felt a weight. It wasn't a heavy weight. It was light, almost imperceptible. The stranger had leaned forward. He didn't grab the oar. He didn't speak a word of warning. He simply placed his hand on the gunwale, just next to Omri's left wrist. He tapped the wood. Once. Twice. It was a gesture so gentle it could have been mistaken for a shiver. But in the tense silence of the boat, it was a shout. Omri froze mid-stroke. He looked down at the stranger's long, pale hand resting on the weathered grey wood. Then he looked up at the stranger's face. The man was not looking at Omri. He was looking into the fog, his head tilted slightly to the side, listening to something Omri couldn't hear. Slowly, deliberately, the stranger lifted a finger and pointed. "Not to the left, to the right." "No," Omri whispered, shaking his head. "Right is the chute, right is the squeeze. It's too fast. If we hit the wall in the dark..." The stranger didn't lower his hand. He kept pointing right. He didn't argue. He didn't offer a philosophical riddle. He just held the direction, steady and unwavering. Omri looked at the left channel, where the hissing sound was inviting him. It sounded so familiar. It sounded like the river he had known for 40 years. Then he looked at the right channel. Silence. Darkness. The water there was moving swiftly, pulling away into the unknown. "I am the boatman," Omri gritted out, his pride flaring up one last time. "I know the charts." He tightened his grip to pull left, but he couldn't do it. The image of the reeds flashed before his eyes. The cliff that wasn't a cliff. The safety that was a trap. I was sure then, too, Omri thought. I was absolutely sure. His confidence had been shattered in that swamp. And now, faced with a choice between his own logic and the stranger's intuition, Omri found his logic crumbling. The stranger's hand was still there, gentle, patient, waiting. Omri let out a ragged breath that was half groan, half prayer. "If we die," Omri whispered, "it is on your head." He reversed his stroke. He pulled hard on the left oar, swinging the nose of the boat back around, away from the hissing shallows, away from the safe path. He aimed the Heron into the dark, silent throat of the right channel. The current grabbed them immediately. It was powerful here, a muscular ribbon of water that accelerated the boat. The Heron surged forward. The fog whipped past their faces. Omri braced himself for the crash. He waited for the sound of splintering wood, but the crash never came. The water here was deep, incredibly deep. The boat glided through the narrow passage with a terrifying smoothness. There were no rocks to hit because the river had carved this channel down to the bedrock centuries ago. And then, as they shot past the dividing point, the unseen goat's back, the wind shifted. The fog thinned just enough for Omri to see what lay in the left channel, mere yards away. Omri gasped. The shallows were gone. In their place was a nightmare of jagged limestone teeth. A rockfall must have happened recently, perhaps in the last rains, collapsing the cliff into the river. The left channel was choked with massive, sharp boulders. The hissing sound wasn't water flowing over gravel. It was water being shredded against a wall of stone. If Omri had followed his map, if he had ignored the stranger's hand, the heron would have been smashed into matchsticks within seconds. They would have been ground to paste against those rocks. They flew past the danger, carried safely by the fast, deep water of the right channel. Omri stared back at the white foam of the death trap he had almost steered them into. His mouth hung open. The blood drained from his face. "The rocks," Omri stammered. "They weren't there last season. The river, it changed." "The river is a living thing, Omri," the stranger said softly, finally lowering his hand from the gunwale. "It changes its skin. You cannot navigate today's water with yesterday's map." Omri looked at the stranger with a mixture of fear and awe. "You didn't see them," Omri said. "You couldn't have seen them. How did you know?" "I didn't listen to the memory of the river," the stranger replied, wrapping his cloak tighter against the damp. "I listened to the song it is singing now." Omri slumped on the bench. The adrenaline of the near miss left him feeling hollowed out. He looked at his hands, the hands that had almost killed them again. "I am blind," Omri whispered. "I have eyes, but I am blind." "You are not blind," the stranger said. "You're just looking at the world through a cracked lens. You see what you expect to see, not what is there." The boat began to slow as the channel widened again. The roar of the rockfall faded behind them. They were safe. Again. But this time, Omri didn't feel relief. He felt a rising tide of shame. Twice now, he had failed. Twice, his experience had been a liability. He felt his authority stripping away, layer by layer, leaving him naked in the cold mist. He looked at the oar in his hand. It felt heavy, unbearably heavy. "I don't know the way," Omri said, his voice breaking. "I don't know where the rocks are. I don't know where the bottom is. I am just guessing." "We're all guessing, Omri," the stranger said. "But we do not have to guess alone." Omri looked at the gunwale where the stranger's hand had rested. That simple tap, that gentle guidance. It hadn't been a command. It hadn't been a seizure of power. It had been an offering. "Go right." Omri took a deep breath. The air smelled of wet limestone and deep water. "Thank you," Omri said. The words were rusty, difficult to get out. The stranger nodded, acknowledging the gratitude but not dwelling on it. Omri picked up the rhythm of the oars again, but slower this time. He wasn't trying to drive the boat, he was just keeping it straight. He found himself glancing at the stranger more often now, not with suspicion, but with a question in his eyes. Where next? The river flowed on, dark and indifferent, but in the small wooden shell of the heron, the balance of power had shifted. The captain was no longer the one who held the oars. The captain was the one who could hear the truth in the dark. Silence, Omri learned, was combustible, if you compressed it enough. If you packed it tight with shame and fear and 40 years of unvoiced grievances, it became gunpowder. And the spark was the realization that he, Omri the boatman, Omri the pillar, Omri the responsible, was useless. He had almost killed them. Again. The shame of the near miss at the rockfall didn't make him humble anymore. It made him hot. It started as a prickle at the back of his neck, then spread to his ears, and finally settled in his chest as a burning, dense knot of fury. He dipped the oars. Splash. He pulled. Grunt. The rhythm wasn't smooth and small. It was jagged. Violent. He wasn't caressing the water. He was stabbing it. "You knew," Omri muttered, staring at the back of the stranger's head. I listened, the stranger corrected gently. You knew, Omri's voice rose, cracking like a dry branch. You sit there, wrapped in your dry wool, staring at nothing, and you pluck the answers out of the air like ripe figs, while I sweat, I bleed, I break my back against this wood. He hauled on the oars with a force that made the heron lurch forward. It's not fair, Omri hissed. What is not fair? That it's easy for you, Omri shouted. The sound exploded in the quiet fog, startling in its intensity. It's always easy for the dreamers. You drift, you listen, you have faith. And the world just moves out of your way. Omri released one hand from the oar to wipe the sweat from his eyes, but he did it angrily, slapping his own face. But someone has to row, he yelled at the fog. Someone has to build the boat. Someone has to pay for the nails. Someone has to worry about the rocks. The stranger turned slowly on his bench. His face was unreadable in the gloom, calm and still. That calmness acted like oil on Omri's fire. Don't look at me like that, Omri spat. With those pitying eyes, you look just like him. The dam broke. The name that had been stuck in his throat for a decade tore its way out. Elian looked at me like that, standing in the doorway with his bag on his shoulder, looking at me like I was the broken one, like I was the one trapping us. Omri slammed the oars into the water. Thwack! He left, Omri screamed. He just walked away. He left the debts. He left the rot in the roof. He left me with a dying father and a workshop full of dust. I have to find my own path, he said. I have to follow the river. Well, curse the river. He was rowing frantically now, abandoning all technique. He was wrestling the river. I stayed. Pull. I fixed the roof. Pull. I paid the taxes. Pull. I buried our father. Pull. Tears were streaming down Omri's face now, mixing with the grime and the sweat. Hot, angry tears that burned his skin. And what did I get for it? Omri choked out. I got this boat. I got these calluses. I got a heart that is so heavy I can barely breathe. And he gets to be free. He gets to be the artist, the golden boy. He glared at the stranger, seeing not the carpenter from Nazareth, but the ghost of the brother he loved and hated in equal measure. You are just like him, Omri accused Nurse, his voice shaking. Soft hands, wise words, letting others carry the weight while you admire the view. You think you're holy? You're just a burden. It was a cruel thing to say. It was unfair. The stranger had saved his life twice tonight. But Omri didn't care about fairness. He wanted to hurt someone. He wanted the universe to feel, just for a second, the crushing weight of the obligation he carried every single day. The stranger did not speak. He did not defend himself. He did not point out that he had paid a bag of silver for this journey. He simply sat there and let Omri's anger wash over him, absorbing the venom without reflecting it back. Omri groaned, a guttural sound of pure exertion. He drove the oars deep, trying to push the river backward, trying to push the past away. Why am I the only one who bleeds? He screamed. Snap. The sound was sharp and final like a gunshot. The boat jerked violently to the left. Omri fell backward off the bench, landing hard on the floorboards. Pain shot up his right arm. He scrambled up, gasping, wild-eyed. He looked at the right oar. It was broken. The shaft had snapped cleanly just below the oarlock. The blade was gone, swallowed by the dark water. All that remained in Omri's hand was a jagged stump of oak. Omri stared at the broken wood. No, he whispered. The boat, unbalanced now, began to spin. The current caught the stern and twisted it. Without the second oar, Omri had no way to steer, no way to drive, no way to fight. He held the broken handle up. It was the physical manifestation of his rage. He had pushed too hard. He had forced the wood beyond its limit. I broke it, Omri said, his voice dropping to a horrified whisper. I broke the oar. The anger evaporated instantly, replaced by a cold, stomach-churning dread. He looked at the stranger. He expected anger. He expected, I told you so. But the stranger just looked at the jagged wood in Omri's hand, then up at Omri's tear-streaked face. The wood breaks when it is forced to be what it is not, the stranger said softly. An oar is meant to work with the water. Omri, not to beat it into submission. Omri dropped the broken handle. It clattered onto the floorboards, sounding like a bone. He sank down onto the bench, burying his face in his hands. He was shaking uncontrollably now. The adrenaline crash was brutal. I am sorry, Omri wept. It was an ugly, heaving sob. I am so sorry. I didn't mean what I said. I'm so tired of being the strong one. Then stop, the stranger said. Strength is not a wall. Omri, it is not about how much weight you can hold before you crack. Sometimes, strength is knowing when to lay the burden down. Omri looked up. The fog swirled around them. The boat was spinning slowly, helplessly. We have one oar, Omri whispered. We are crippled on the river. He tilted his head. The sound of the water had changed again. It wasn't the hiss of the shallows. It wasn't the roar of the rapids. It was a deep, resonant thrumming. The river was vibrating. The current had seized them. Now that they were no longer fighting it, the true power of the Jordan was taking hold. It was pulling them faster, deeper into the night. The river is waking up, the stranger said, looking forward into the dark. Omri looked at his single, useless oar. He looked at his bleeding hands. He had spent his rage. He had broken his tool. And now he was entirely at the mercy of the thing he feared most. The river did not care about the broken oar. It did not care about Omri's apology, nor his tears, nor the silver pressing against his chest. The river only cared about gravity, and gravity was pulling them down. With the right oar snapped, the heron lost its symmetry. The balance that Omri had maintained for decades, the equal and opposite pull of left and right, was gone. The boat immediately surrendered to the chaos of the water. It began to spin. At first, it was a slow, lazy rotation, like a leaf caught in a breeze. But as the current deepened and the channel narrowed, the spin accelerated. The fog became a blurring carousel of grey. The rudder, Omri gasped, scrambling to the stern. I can use the steering pole as a rudder. He was moving on instinct, a creature of habit trying to impose rules on a riot. He grabbed the long cypress pole and jammed it into the water at the stern, trying to pry the boat straight, to force the nose downstream. He might as well have tried to stop a stampede with a twig. The moment the pole bit into the water, the river kicked back. The force was shocking. It wasn't the passive resistance of a lake. It was the muscular, violent torque of thousands of tons of moving water. The pole whipped in Omri's hands. It struck him in the ribs, a dull, sickening thud that knocked the wind out of him. Wham! Omri cried out, dropping to his knees. The pole was ripped from his grip. He watched, helpless, as it bobbed once in the white foam and then vanished, sucked under by the dark water. Gone, Omri wheezed, clutching his side. Everything is gone. Sit down, Omri, the stranger said. His voice was no longer soft. It was commanding. It had to be heard over the rising noise. Stay low. The centre of gravity is all we have left. Omri crawled back to the bench, but he didn't sit on it. He slid down to the floorboards, curling into a ball. The boat was spinning faster now. The centrifugal force pressed him against the wet wood of the hull. He could hear the river now, truly hear it. It wasn't just water flowing over rocks. It was a deep, subterranean rumble, a vibration that shook the very nails of the boat. It sounded like a giant inhaling. We are in the throat, Omri whispered, terror whitening his eyes. The narrowest part. The water moves faster here than a galloping horse. He looked over the gunwale. The water was black, streaked with veins of white foam. It didn't look like liquid. It looked like molten obsidian. It was heaving, bulging upward in places as if massive lungs were breathing beneath the surface. The sheer scale of the power terrified him. For 40 years, Omri had thought he was the master of the Jordan. He thought his arms were strong. He thought his boat was sturdy. He thought his knowledge was a shield. But now, stripped of his oars, stripped of his pole, stripped of his anger, he saw the truth. He was a speck, a flea on the back of a leviathan. It's too big, Omri mumbled, staring at the black water rushing past. It's just too big. The boat hit a standing wave, a wall of water fixed in place by the speed of the current over a hidden boulder. Crash. The heron bucked violently. Cold water deluged the boat, soaking Omri to the skin instantly. He sputtered, coughing, tasting the mud and the ancient silt of the mountains. "Bail!" Omri screamed, grabbing for the wooden scoop. "We're taking on water." He started to scoop frantically, throwing water back over the side. But for every cup he threw out, the river slapped a bucket back in. It was a joke, a farce. "Leave it," the stranger said. He was holding onto the gunwales, his knuckles white, his body swaying with the violent motion of the boat. "You cannot empty the river with a spoon. Omri, if I don't bail, we sink," Omri yelled. "If you stand up to bail, you fall out," the stranger shouted back. "Hold on, just hold on." Omri dropped the bailer. He grabbed the ribs of the boat and squeezed his eyes shut. The world became a violent shaker. Up, down, spin, tilt, crash. He felt the boat shuddering under him, the timbers groaning in protest. He waited for the crack. He waited for the hull to split open and spill them into the icy blackness. "I am going to die," Omri thought. "I'm going to die here, in the dark, spinning in circles, with a stranger I don't know and a brother I failed." The thought should have been terrifying as and it was. But beneath the terror, there was something else. A strange, crushing clarity. He realised how much energy he had wasted. All those years of worrying, all those years of hoarding coins, all those years of holding his chest tight, of grinding his teeth, of fighting to keep the boat straight, to keep the line straight, to keep his life straight. And for what? Against this raw, elemental power? His control had always been a lie. He had never been steering the river. He had only been dipping a stick in it while it allowed him to pass. "We are nothing," Omri whispered into the wet wood of the floor. "We are absolutely nothing." The boat lurched again, spinning through a vortex of conflicting currents. Omri's stomach turned over. "Look at it! Omri!" the stranger called out. "No!" Omri refused to open his eyes. "Look!" Omri forced his eyes open. He saw the stranger. The man's hood had been blown back by the wind. His hair was plastered to his forehead with spray. But he wasn't looking at the bottom of the boat. He was looking up. Omri looked up. Through a tear in the fog, for just a second, the moon appeared. It was a blurred, pale eye looking down on the chaos. It illuminated the river for a brief moment, and Omri saw it. He saw the river stretching out ahead of them, a long, winding ribbon of silver and black, muscle and foam, crashing through the valley with a power that could grind mountains to dust. It was terrifying. It was magnificent. It was alive. It was a force that could not be bargained with. It could not be bribed with silver. It could not be steered with anger. It could only be endured. "It is beautiful," the stranger shouted over the roar. "And it is terrible." "Yes," Omri cried, his voice lost in the wind. "Yes." He let go of the illusion that he could fix this. He couldn't fix the oar. He couldn't stop the spin. He couldn't silence the water. He was small. He was fragile. He was wet and cold and broken. And the river was everything. The boat rushed on, carried by the great thundering heart of the Jordan, sweeping them deeper into the night, toward a destination Omri had no hand in choosing. Adrenaline is a loan. It borrows energy from the future to survive the present. But eventually, the debt comes due. And for Omri, the collector had arrived. The violent spinning of the boat began to slow as the river widened out of the throat, settling into a fast, cruising gallop. The immediate threat of capsizing was gone, but it didn't matter. Omri was finished. He was still kneeling on the floorboards where he had fallen, one hand gripping the edge of the rowing bench, the other hanging limp at his side. He tried to stand up. He needed to check the bow. He needed to see if they were taking on more water. Stand up. He commanded his legs. His legs did not answer. They were not legs anymore. They were sacks of wet sand trembling uncontrollably. The muscles in his thighs fluttered with a spastic, involuntary rhythm. He managed to lift himself 2 inches, then his knees buckled. He collapsed back onto the wet wood with a heavy thud. Thump. I can't, Omri stammered. The words were slurred. His jaw felt stiff, as if the cold had frozen the hinges of his mouth. "Do not try," the stranger said. He was sitting on the floor now too, bracing himself against the ribs of the hull. The body knows when the work is done, Omri, even if the mind refuses to listen. Omri looked at his hands. In the faint grey light of the fog, they looked like foreign objects. They were swollen, twice their normal size. The knuckles were white and locked in a permanent, claw-like curl, the shape of the oar handle he no longer held. The blisters that had burst earlier were no longer just stinging. They were throbbing with a dull, sickening heat that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The river water had washed the dirt away, leaving the raw, red flesh exposed. He tried to open his left hand. He concentrated. He sent the signal from his brain to his fingers. Open. The index finger twitched. That was all. The tendons were fused. The cramps were knots of iron under his skin. "They won't open," Omri whispered, panic rising sluggishly in his chest. "My hands. They are stuck." "They are holding on to a ghost," the stranger said. "You're still rowing, Omri, in your mind. You're still gripping the wood. You're still fighting the current. I have to..." Omri moved his arm, a jerky, puppet-like motion. He reached for the remaining oar, the left one, which was still trailing in the water, dragging against the lock. If he could just hold it, if he could just feel the wood in his palm, that was his connection to the world, that was his identity. Without the oar, he was just meat drifting in the dark. He forced his numb, clawed hand toward the handle. He touched the wet wood. It felt cold, hard, unforgiving. He tried to close his grip around it, but his strength was gone. It wasn't just low, it was empty. The tank was dry. His fingers slid off the polished oak like oil on glass. His arm fell back to his side. Thud. He stared at the oar handle, inches away, yet as unreachable as the moon. "It's over," Omri wheezed. A tear, cold and salty, leaked from his eye and tracked through the grime on his cheek. "I am useless. A boatman who cannot hold an oar is nothing." He slumped sideways. He couldn't even hold his torso upright anymore. The muscles in his lower back, which had supported him through 10,000 journeys, finally gave out. He slid down until his shoulder rested against the wet, curved ribs of the boat. The cold of the river water sloshing in the bottom of the hull soaked into his tunic, into his skin, into his very marrow. It was a numbing cold. It dulled the pain in his hands. It dulled the sharp edge of his fear. It made him want to sleep. To just close his eyes and let the darkness take him. "I can't feel my feet," Omri murmured. "I can't feel the silver anymore." He pressed his chin to his chest. The heavy leather pouch was still there, a hard lump against his sternum. But the pressure meant nothing now. The coins were just metal. He couldn't buy warmth. He couldn't buy strength. He couldn't buy a way off this boat. "The weight," Omri breathed. "It is so heavy." "It has always been heavy," the stranger said softly. He reached out and adjusted the fold of his cloak, covering Omri's trembling shoulder. "You were just too strong to notice it before. Now that you are weak, you feel the true burden." Omri looked at the stranger. His vision was blurring, the edges of the world turning into a fuzzy grey vignette. "Why?" Omri's voice was a thread. "Why did you let me row? Why didn't you stop me? You knew! You knew the oar would break. You knew I would fail." "If I'd stopped you, you would have called it theft," the stranger said. "You would have said I stole your victory." You had to row until you could not row. You had to fight until you had nothing left to fight with. Cruel, Omri whispered. That is cruel. Is it? The stranger leaned closer. Or is it the only way to make a man stop? Omri wanted to argue. He wanted to explain about duty, about the workshop, about Elian. But his tongue felt too thick. His brain felt like it was packed with cotton. The last resistance was fading. Not because he wanted it to, but because biology had vetoed his will. His head rolled back against the wood. He looked up at the fog. It was swirling, endless and indifferent. He let out a long, shuddering breath. It rattled in his chest. His hand, the clawed, bloody hand that had built a life of defence, finally twitched and fell open. It lay palm up on the dirty floorboards, empty. I can't, Omri whispered to the empty air. I can't do it anymore. Good. The voice came from the dark, kind and final. Then don't. Omri closed his eyes. The boat rocked. The water gurgled. The exhaustion pulled him down, deep into the hull, deep into the dark, leaving him nowhere to go but into the hands of whatever was carrying him. The silence in the boat was broken only by a rhythmic, grating sound. Scrape, splash, scrape, splash. It was the left oar, the one that hadn't snapped. It was still seated in the iron lock, the blade dragging in the water like a broken limb. Because Omri was no longer holding the handle, the current was catching the blade, twisting it, banging the wood against the hull with every swirl of the river. The handle moved back and forth above Omri's prone body, swinging like a pendulum. It brushed against his knee. Tap. Then swung away. Then back. Tap. It was a nagging reminder. Pick me up. Do your job. Steer. Omri lay on his back, watching the handle swing. It was mocking him, even broken and collapsed. The tool was demanding his labour. It is fighting the river, the stranger said softly. Omri blinked, a slow, heavy motion. What? The oar, the stranger gestured to the swinging wood. It is dragging. It is trying to steer a course we're no longer on. It is slowing us down. Omri looked at the oar. It was true. The blade was acting as a brake, catching the water, pulling the herons slightly askew, keeping them in a subtle, uncomfortable friction with the current. I need to... Omri grunted, shifting his weight. A spasm of pain shot through his lower back. I need to pull it in. Ship the oars. No, the stranger said. Not ship it. Release it. Omri frowned, his brow furrowing in the grey light. If I don't pull it in, it will hit a rock. It will snap like the other one. Then let it snap. It's good oak, Omri whispered. The protest automatic, born of a lifetime of poverty. It costs money. It cost you your peace, the stranger countered. Look at it. Omri, you are lying on the floor, unable to move, yet your eyes are glued to that handle. You're still trying to control the boat with your mind. You're still measuring the angle. You're still worrying about the wood. The handle swung again. Tap. Against Omri's knee. Let go, the stranger said. I have let go, Omri rasped. Look at my hands. They're empty. Your hands are empty, but your heart is clenched tight around that handle. You're terrified that if the last oar goes, you're truly just debris. Omri stared at the oar. The stranger was right. As long as that oar was there, as long as it was serviceable, Omri felt a tether to his identity. He was a boatman with a boat and an oar. He could, in theory, sit up and row. He still had potential to let it go, to let it drag or break or wash away. Was to admit that he was no longer a boatman. He was just a man. The river surged. The oar handle kicked violently, swinging wide. Omri flinched. He felt the urge, the burning, electric urge, to grab it, to arrest the motion, to fix it. His hand twitched on the floorboards. Don't, the stranger whispered. Let it be. Omri looked at the stranger. Then he looked at the sky. Then he looked at the pouch on his chest. I'm afraid, Omri said. The confession was quiet, devoid of the anger from earlier. If I am not the one rowing, who is? The one who made the river, the stranger answered. Omri closed his eyes. He imagined the river, not the surface but the depth, the massive dark volume of water moving south. It had been flowing before he was born. It would flow after he died. It had carried Noah. It had carried Naaman. It had carried stones and trees and history. Could it carry him? He took a breath. It was a shaky, ragged thing. He looked at the oar one last time. I am done, Omri whispered. He didn't scream it. He didn't shout it at the storm. He said it with the quiet finality of a stone hitting the bottom of a well. I surrender, Omri said. He turned his head away from the oar. He turned his body away from the gunwale. He deliberately uncurled his legs, letting them slide flat, no longer bracing against the ribs of the boat. He became dead weight. And in that moment of total release, the boat shifted. Without Omri's tension, without his mental grasping, the heron seemed to settle deeper into the water. The dragging oar hit a ripple, popped out of the lock with a dull clunk and slid harmlessly overboard, trailing by its safety rope, no longer fighting the water, just floating along with it. The scraping sound stopped. The friction stopped. The boat stopped fighting. Omri felt a strange sensation wash over him. It started in his chest and spread to his limbs. It wasn't warmth, exactly. It was lightness. The crushing gravity that had been pinning him to the floor seemed to evaporate. He wasn't holding the boat up anymore. The water was holding the boat, and the boat was holding him. You feel it? The stranger asked softly. Yes, Omri breathed. That is the current, the stranger said. It has been there all along, waiting for you to stop fighting so it could start carrying. Omri lay there, listening to the silence. It wasn't the menacing silence of the void. It was a peaceful, expansive silence. I surrender, he repeated, testing the words again. They didn't taste like ash. They tasted like fresh water. He was floating, just floating. And for the first time that night, Omri was not afraid of where the river was taking him. The expectation of disaster is a habit hard to break. Even after Omri had whispered his surrender, even after his hands had fallen empty to the floorboards, his body remained coiled, waiting for the impact. He waited for the heron to spin out of control. He waited for the stern to smash against a rock. He waited for the river to punish him for his negligence. But the punishment did not come. Instead, a profound physical shift occurred, one so subtle at first that Omri thought it was a trick of his exhausted mind, but then so pervasive that it changed the very nature of reality inside the boat. When a boat fights the current, it creates friction. The water slaps against the hull. The keel cuts through the resistance. The oars tear at the surface. There is noise. There is vibration. There is a constant, grinding struggle between the wood and the water. It is a relationship of violence. But when a boat stops fighting, when it matches its speed perfectly to the speed of the river, the friction vanishes. The slapping sound against the bow ceased. The gurgling of the wake disappeared. The vibration that had rattled Omri's teeth for hours smoothed out into a long, silky glide. The heron was no longer moving through the water. It was moving with the water. It had become a part of the river itself, a chip of wood locked into the great hydraulic spine of the Jordan. Omri lay on his back, his eyes wide open, staring up at the grey nothingness. He felt the change in his spine. The jarring bumps were gone. The boat felt stable. Incredibly, impossibly stable. We aren't spinning, Omri whispered, the words sounding loud in the sudden quiet. No, the stranger replied. His voice came from somewhere near the bow, low and resonant. The river flows straight here. As long as we do not fight it, the boat will align itself. Omri turned his head slowly. The pain in his neck was still there, a dull ache, but the sharp spikes of panic had receded. He looked at the gunwales. The fog was drifting past them at the exact same speed they were travelling, creating a strange illusion of stillness. It felt as if they were suspended in a block of grey amber, motionless, while the world moved beneath them. "I don't understand," Omri murmured. "I let go of the oars. We should be crashing. We should be dying." "You were crashing because you were trying to steer against a force you could not comprehend," the stranger said. "You were creating the turbulence, Omri. Your resistance was the rock." Omri tried to process this. It went against everything he'd been taught. His father had taught him that the river was a beast to be tamed. "We must dominate the water," his father would say, spitting tobacco into the mud. "If you let the river decide, it will decide to kill you." Was his father wrong? Or was this a different river? Omri closed his eyes again, letting his other senses take over. He listened. The roar of the throat was far behind them now. The soundscape here was deep and heavy. It was a low-frequency thrum, like the purring of a giant cat. It was the sound of millions of gallons of water moving in unison, sliding over the ancient bedrock of the Rift Valley without obstruction. It was a sound of immense power, but it was not aggressive. It was the sound of competence. The river knew exactly where it was going. It didn't need Omri to tell it. "It holds us," Omri said, a strange wonder creeping into his voice. "It actually holds us." "Water is the strongest thing in the world," the stranger said, "because it is the only thing that completely conforms to what it touches. It supports the boat not by pushing back, but by accepting the weight. The weight. Omri felt his own weight pressing into the floorboards. For the first time in his life, he wasn't holding himself up. He wasn't locking his knees. He wasn't stiffening his spine. He was letting the wood of the boat take his burden. And the boat was letting the water take its burden. And the water was letting the earth take its burden. It was a chain of surrender. And he was just the last link. He felt the leather pouch on his chest slide slightly to the side as he relaxed. The silver, the debt. It was still there, but in this frictionless drift, its significance seemed to shrink. What good was silver here? You couldn't pay the current. You couldn't bribe the fog. The economy of the river was different. The currency here was trust. "I have spent 40 years swimming upstream," Omri whispered. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow, yet without the pain. 40 years. "Even when I was going downriver, I was fighting to go faster or slower, or to the left, or to the right. I never just went." "To float is a difficult art for a man used to marching," the stranger agreed. Omri laughed. It was a dry, rusty sound, but it wasn't bitter. "I am not floating, I am collapsed. I am a ruin." "Ruins are open to the sky," the stranger said. "They are no longer defended. That is when the light gets in." The boat drifted on. A large log, invisible in the dark water, bumped gently against the hull. Thump. In the past, Omri would have scrambled up, cursing, poking at it with a pole, terrified of a leak. Now, he just felt the vibration. The boat absorbed the impact, rocked slightly, and continued. The log drifted alongside them for a while, a silent companion, before peeling away into the mist. They were brothers now, the boat and the log, both yielding, both travelling. Omri felt a tingling sensation in his hands, the phantom ghost of the oars. His muscles were still twitching, trying to grasp handles that weren't there. It was the memory of work. "My hands miss the wood," Omri confessed. "They feel empty. It is a frightening feeling. Uselessness." "You are not useless, Omri," the stranger said. "You are witnessing. That is a task." "Witnessing what? The fog? Witnessing the grace of being carried?" "Most men go to their graves believing they carried themselves. They believe they walked every mile by their own strength. They are proud of their shoes, but they never looked down to see that the road was moving beneath them the whole time." Omri lay still. The words settled over him. He thought of his pride, his boatman's pride. "I am the one who gets you there." That was his slogan. That was his value. If he wasn't the one getting them there, then he was just a child in a basket. The image of Moses in the rushes came to him. A helpless infant, floating on the Nile, protected by nothing but pitch and reeds and the will of God. I am a child in a basket, Omri thought. And I am 40 years old. The humiliation of it should have burned. But the cold air and the soothing motion of the boat cooled the burn. There was a sweetness to it, a relief. He didn't have to be the father anymore. He didn't have to be the provider. He didn't have to be the pillar. He could just be... "Stranger," Omri said. His voice was getting heavier, sleep tugging at the corners of his mind. "I am here." "Where are we going?" Omri asked. "Truly, the charts say the Dead Sea, but it doesn't feel like we are going to a dead place." "We are going to the end of the river," the stranger said. "But the end of the river is not the end of the water. The water rises. It becomes rain. It falls on the mountains. It flows again. It is a circle. Omri, we are travelling toward a new beginning." "I don't want a new beginning," Omri mumbled, now his eyes finally closing. "I just want to rest." "Then rest. The river will do the work tonight." Omri felt the boat dip into a deeper channel. The speed increased slightly, a gentle acceleration that pressed him pleasantly into the floor. The sound of the water became a hush, a whisper of silk on stone. The anxiety that had ruled his life, the ticking clock, the demanding merchant, the judging eyes of the village, all of it was left upstream. It was stuck in the reeds. It was smashed against the rocks of the Zor. Couldn't follow him here. This water was too fast, too deep for worries to swim. He was travelling at the speed of surrender. His breathing slowed. The frantic, shallow gasps of the last few hours deepened into long, rhythmic inspirations. He inhaled the smell of the river, mud, algae, cold stone, and for the first time, it didn't smell like danger. It smelled like a cradle. As consciousness began to slip away, Omri had one last thought. He thought of Elian. Not the Elian who left, but the Elian who used to sit on the riverbank for hours, just watching the water, doing absolutely nothing. Omri used to yell at him, "Get up, make yourself useful." He knew, Omri thought, his mind dissolving into the dark. He knew this feeling. He wasn't lazy. He was riding the current while sitting on the grass. Omri smiled in the dark. It was a small, almost invisible movement of his cracked lips. Then the darkness took him completely. Not the darkness of the fog, nor the darkness of death, but the healing, the velvet darkness of a sleep that demanded nothing in return. The heron drifted on, a silent speck in the vast, breathing night, carried by hands made of water, guided by eyes that could see through the mist, heading inexorably toward the dawn. Time had lost its architecture. Usually, Omri's life was a structure built of rigid beams, the sunrise, the first ferry crossing, the midday meal, the market closing, the sunset, the tallying of coins. Each hour was a room he had to keep clean. Each minute was a brick he had to lay. But here, in the belly of the drifting boat, the walls had dissolved. There was no sun to mark the time. There was no market to set the rhythm. There was only the endless fluid now. Omri woke up, but he did not startle. For 40 years, waking up had been a violent act. It was the sound of a rooster crowing, or a shutter banging in the wind, or his own internal alarm clock screaming that he was behind schedule. He would bolt upright, his heart already racing, his mind already calculating the day's tasks before his feet hit the cold floor. The net needs mending, the beans need soaking, the debt is due. But tonight, waking was not an event. It was a gentle rising, like a bubble floating to the surface of a pond. He opened his eyes. The grey ceiling of the fog was still there, hovering a few feet above his face. But as he lay there, staring into the mist, he realised that it no longer looked like a prison. It looked like a canvas. It swirled slowly, hypnotic and soft, painted with the faintest luminescence of the invisible moon. He didn't move. He didn't check the boat. He didn't reach for the phantom oar. He just lay there, feeling the sensation of his own back against the floorboards. It was a revelation. He felt the curve of his spine. He felt the heavy muscles of his shoulders, usually knotted like old ropes, now slack and spreading out against the wood. He felt the rise and fall of his ribs. I am breathing, Omri thought. I am just breathing. It seemed like such a simple thing, yet he couldn't remember the last time he had noticed it. He breathed to survive, to fuel the work. He puffed and panted and wheezed. But this was different. He took a long, slow inhale through his nose. The air was cold and saturated with moisture. It tasted of clean mud and deep water. It filled his lungs, expanding his chest until his tunic tightened, and then he held it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Then, a long, slow exhale. Whoosh. With the breath, a strange heaviness seemed to leave his body, flowing out of him and into the wood of the boat. "The sleep of the just," the stranger's voice said quietly, Omri rolled his head to the side. The movement was languid, unhurried. The stranger was sitting in the bow, his silhouette dark against the grey. He wasn't sleeping. He was keeping watch, his hands resting loosely on his knees. "I have not slept like that since I was a boy," Omri whispered. His voice sounded different to his own ears, deeper, less scratchy. No dreams, no numbers, just black water. "The mind needs to be washed just as the body does," the stranger said. "Sleep is the river of the mind. If you build dams of worry, the water stagnates. But tonight, you broke the dam." Omri looked back up at the sky. "I feel..." Omri hesitated, searching for the word. The vocabulary of his life was limited to verbs of action. Push, pull, carry, fix, pay. He didn't have words for this. "I feel light, but I'm still wet. I'm still cold. I'm still broke." "Why do I feel light?" "Because you have stopped carrying the outcome," the stranger said. "Peace is not the absence of trouble. Omri, peace is the absence of the need to control the trouble." Omri let that sink in. He thought about the debt waiting for him in Jericho. The merchant with the stone eyes. 30 shekels. It was a mountain. Yesterday. The thought of it would have made him vomit with anxiety. Now? He thought about the debt, and it just felt like a fact, like a rock on the shore. It was there. It was heavy, but he wasn't carrying it right now. The river was carrying him, and the river would carry him to the outcome, whatever it was. "I spent so long looking down," Omri said, his eyes tracing a swirl in the mist. "Looking at the mud, looking at the water to see the snags, looking at the bottom of the boat to check for leaks. I forgot the sky was there." "The sky is always there," the stranger said. "Even when the clouds hide it. That is the nature of the sky. It does not require your attention to exist." "My father told me that a man who looks at the sky while rowing will hit a rock," Omri said. "He said dreamers die poor." "And your father died rich?" Omri laughed softly. "No, he died with calluses on his heart and copper in his pocket, but he was bitter. He hated the river. He fought it every day until his heart just stopped." "Perhaps he was the one who hit the rock," the stranger suggested. "The rock of his own hardness." Omri lifted his hand. He held it up against the grey background. It was a battered thing, swollen, stained, the fingernails cracked. But in this soft light, it didn't look like a tool of labour. It looked like a hand. A human hand. A hand capable of holding, of waving, of praying. He rotated his wrist, watching the way the tendons moved. "Elian used to lay like this," Omri said. The name came easily now, without the sharp barb of anger. "On the roof of the workshop, in the summer. He would lie there for hours, staring at the stars. I would shout at him to come down and sweep the shavings. And what did he say? He said he was working." Omri smiled, a genuine crinkling of the eyes. "He said he was mapping the silence. I told him silence doesn't sell." "He was right," the stranger said. You cannot sell silence, but it is the most valuable thing a man can possess. You can buy a bed, Omri, but you cannot buy sleep. You can buy a companion, but you cannot buy friendship. You can buy a boat, but you cannot buy the flow. Omri lowered his hand. He felt a sudden fierce pang of longing, not for the shore, but for his brother. He wanted to tell Elian that he understood now. He wanted to tell him that the mapping of silence was real work. Do you think... Omri started, then stopped. He was afraid to ask. Ask, the stranger said. Do you think he found it? The peace? I think, the stranger said slowly, that those who seek, find, and those who knock have the door open to them. Your brother was a seeker. Omri, he did not leave because he hated you. He left because he heard a music he could not ignore. I broke his carving, Omri whispered. A confession bubbled up from the deep. Before he left, that last night, he was carving a heron, a beautiful bird taking flight. I was so angry. I swiped it off the table. The wing broke. Omri closed his eyes, the shame fresh and hot. I broke his wing, and then I named this wretched boat the Heron, as a joke or a punishment. A heron that can never fly, a heron that is chained to the water. And yet, the stranger said, look at you now. Omri opened his eyes. You are not chained, Omri. You are drifting. You are moving without effort. Is that not a kind of flight? Omri considered this. The sensation was indeed akin to flying. A frictionless glide, a suspension in the grey void. A flight without wings, Omri murmured. Perhaps the wing was never broken, the stranger said. Perhaps it just needed to wait for the right wind. A silence fell over the boat again. But it wasn't empty. It was filled with the gentle lap of the water against the hull. Slap, hush, slap, hush. It was the heartbeat of the valley. Omri breathed in again, deeper this time. He felt the air go all the way down to his stomach, untying knots that had been there for a decade. He felt small, incredibly small, like a speck of dust in a great cathedral. But for the first time, this smallness didn't make him feel insignificant. It made him feel safe. If he was big, he had to hold up the world. If he was small, the world held him. I'm just a passenger, Omri whispered to the sky. We are all passengers, the stranger replied. From the moment we draw our first breath to the moment we release our last, we are carried by a breath we did not create, on an earth we did not build, through a time we cannot control. Omri felt tears prickling his eyes again, but they weren't the hot tears of rage, nor the cold tears of fear. They were warm tears, cleansing tears. They slid down his temples and into his hair, washing away the salt of the sweat. He didn't wipe them away, he let them fall. It is beautiful here, Omri said. In the middle of nowhere. It is not nowhere, the stranger said. It is here. It is the only place that exists. Omri lay there for a long time, watching the grey swirl. He thought he saw patterns in the mist, shapes of birds, shapes of mountains, shapes of faces. They formed and dissolved, formed and dissolved. He realised he wasn't waiting for the morning anymore. He wasn't waiting for the sunrise to save him. The night was not an enemy to be endured, it was a space to be inhabited. The boat rocked gently, a cradle. Rest now, the stranger's voice came, softer than before, blending with the sound of the river. The rapids are behind you, the reeds are behind you. The morning will come when it comes. Until then, drift. Omri let his limbs go heavy. He surrendered the last ounce of tension in his neck. He felt the vibration of the river in his bones, a low, humming frequency that seemed to say, I have you, I have you, I have you. He closed his eyes. And there, in the deepest part of the night, amidst the fog and the uncertainty, Omri the boatman found the one thing he'd never been able to earn, never been able to buy, and never been able to fix. He found peace. The night had deepened into that strange suspended hour before the dawn. a time when the world seems to hold its breath. The fog, which had been a swirling, chaotic presence earlier, had settled into a stillness so absolute it felt like the boat was encased in a block of grey ice. Omri lay on the floorboards, looking up. The wood beneath him was damp, but he no longer felt the cold. A strange heat was rising from within him, not a fever, but a kind of burning clarity. He was thinking about God. For Omri, God had always been a distant, somewhat irritable landlord. You paid your dues, a coin at the temple, a lamb at Passover, a muttered blessing before bread, and in exchange, you hoped he wouldn't wreck your boat or dry up the river. It was a business arrangement, a contract. If the crop failed, it meant you hadn't paid enough. If the storm came, it meant you had broken a rule. Omri's prayers had always been transactions. Lord, keep the wind from the north.
Lord, let the fish run deep. Lord, make the merchant extend the deadline. They were lists of demands disguised as requests. But tonight, drifting in the void with broken oars and bleeding hands, Omri realised he had nothing left to trade. He had no coin that mattered here. He had no strength to offer as collateral. He was bankrupt. Stranger, Omri whispered. The sound was swallowed instantly by the mist. I am listening. My father taught me the Psalms, Omri said, his voice raspy. He made me memorise them. The Lord is my shepherd. The floods have lifted up. Oh Lord, I can recite them all. But they feel like stones in my mouth, Omri confessed. They are heavy words, old words. They belong to King David. They don't belong to a ferryman who lost his way. The stranger shifted in the bow. David was a shepherd before he was a king. He knew the smell of sheep and the fear of the dark valley. The words were not heavy when he wrote them. They were desperate. We made them heavy by turning them into statues. Omri looked at his hands, open and empty on his chest. I don't know how to speak to him, Omri said. Not like this. Not when I am naked. He didn't mean naked in body. He meant stripped of his defences. He had no boatman's pride left to hide behind. He had no anger left to shield him. He was just a terrified, exhausted soul floating on a piece of wood. You do not need to speak, the stranger said softly. The heart speaks louder than the tongue. Silence is the language of God. All else is poor translation. But I want to say something, Omri insisted, a sudden urgency gripping him. I need to admit it. Admit what? Omri squeezed his eyes shut. The leather pouch of silver pressed against his ribs. The weight of it, which had once felt like salvation, now felt like a tumour. It was the symbol of his reliance on the world of men, on the arithmetic of debt and repayment. That I can't do it, Omri whispered. The words were small, but they felt enormous leaving his lips. I can't fix it, he continued, his voice trembling. I can't fix the roof. I can't fix the boat. I can't fix the past. I can't bring Elian back. I can't pay the debt. I can't steer the river. He took a ragged breath. I've spent my whole life acting like I was the captain. Like I was the one holding the sky up. But I am weak. I'm so weak. Tears leaked from the corners of his eyes, running hot into his ears. I am afraid, Omri said to the grey nothingness. I am afraid that I have wasted my life being right, instead of being happy. I am afraid that I am unlovable because I am hard. I am afraid that when this boat stops, I will be alone. It was a torrent of confession. The dam he had built for 40 years, the dam constructed of duty, stoicism, and pride, had finally burst. Is that a prayer? Omri asked, his voice cracking. It sounds like complaining. It is the truest prayer you have ever prayed, the stranger said. To confess your poverty is to open your hands to receive. As long as your hands are full of your own strength, God cannot fill them. Omri lay there, the tears flowing freely now. He didn't try to stop them. He didn't try to be a man. He just let himself be a broken thing. And then he did something he hadn't done since he was a child. He clasped his hands together on his chest. Not the tight, white-knuckled grip of anxiety, but the loose, interlaced clasp of supplication.
The wounded skin of his palms touched, raw against raw. The pain was sharp, grounding him in the moment. He didn't recite a psalm. He didn't ask for the fog to lift. He didn't ask for the silver to multiply. He spoke into the silence. Lord, he thought. I'm Omri. I'm here. That was it. No requests, no bargains. Just a notification of presence. I'm drifting. I have no oars. I have no map. I'm entirely in your hands. If you want me to drown, I will drown. If you want me to live, I will live. But I'm done fighting you. He imagined the prayer rising from the boat like smoke was. He imagined it drifting up through the thick fog, past the heavy clouds, up into the black, star-studded expanse of the universe. Did it arrive? Did anyone hear? There was no thunder. There was no lightning bolt. The river didn't stop flowing. The fog didn't part to reveal a choir of angels. But something did happen. A quietude settled over Omri's heart. It was a physical sensation, like a warm oil being poured over a burn. The frantic, screaming voice in his head, the voice that told him he was a failure, a debtor, a fraud, went silent. In its place was a stillness, a deep, resonant sense of being known. He felt, for the first time, that he wasn't drifting in a void. He was drifting in a palm. The river was a hand, and he was resting in it. He hears, the stranger said. Omri opened his eyes. He hadn't spoken his prayer aloud, yet the stranger knew. How do you know? Omri whispered. Because the air has changed, the stranger replied. The anxiety has left the boat. You have made space for grace. Grace, Omri repeated the word. It sounded foreign. That is a word for priests. Not for boatmen. Grace is not a theology. Omri, grace is water. It flows downhill. It seeks out the lowest places. It fills the cracks. It does not ask if the earth deserves the rain. It just falls. You are low enough now to receive it. Omri looked at the stranger's silhouette. Who are you? Omri asked again, a question that had plagued him all night. But this time, he didn't ask with suspicion. He asked with wonder. You're not just a carpenter. I am a man who knows the river, the stranger said simply, and I know that the river flows from the Father's house. Omri closed his eyes again. He felt a profound exhaustion, but it was a good exhaustion. It was the exhaustion of a soldier who has finally laid down his shield and realised the war is over. He kept his hands clasped over his chest, over the silver, over the heart that was slowly beating a new rhythm. Thy will be done, Omri thought. He didn't know what that will was. It might be a shipwreck. It might be prison in Jericho. It might be death. But for the first time, Omri felt that he could face it. Not because he was strong, but because he wasn't alone. The heron drifted on. The sound of the water was a constant prayer, a litany of liquid moving over stone. Carrie Ellison, the water seemed to whisper, Lord have mercy. Krista Ellison, the hull replied. Christ have mercy. Omri's breathing synced with the prayer of the river. He was no longer a man trying to cross the water. He was part of the water. And in that surrender, in that silent prayer offered from the floorboards of a broken boat, Omri found the harbour he had been searching for all his life. It wasn't a place of dirt and rock. It was a place of rest inside his own soul. He drifted toward the dawn, not as a captain, but as a child of the current. The prayer had emptied Omri. It was a strange physical sensation, like overturning a jug that had been full of vinegar for 40 years. The sourness was gone, poured out into the night, leaving only a clean, echoing hollow inside his chest. And nature, as the stranger had said, abhors a vacuum, so the river rushed in to fill the silence. Omri lay perfectly still on the floorboards of the heron. The adrenaline that had spiked during the rapids and the anger that had flared in the fog were distant memories now, fading like ripples from a stone thrown an hour ago. What remained was the sound, The river was singing. He had never noticed it before. To Omri, the river had always been a workplace, a noisy highway of commerce and danger. It was the sound of slapping waves, grinding gravel, and shouting men. But tonight, stripped of his own noise, he heard the true voice of the Jordan. It began as a low, resonant vibration in the cypress planks beneath his spine. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was the bass note of the deep channel, the sound of massive volume moving without friction. It felt less like a sound and more like a heartbeat, slow, powerful, and incredibly steady. Overlaid on that deep rhythm was the whisper of the water against the hull. It was the sound of silk being pulled over wood. It was the friction of the fog touching the surface. And higher still, the occasional delicate plink of a droplet falling from the gunwale, or the soft gurgle of an eddy swirling behind the rudder. It was a polyphonic choir, singing in a language older than Hebrew, older than stone. "You hear it?" the stranger's voice came, blending perfectly with the water music. He hadn't moved from his vigil in the bow. "Yes," Omri murmured. His eyes were heavy, the lids feeling like they were weighted with lead coins. "It sounds like a mother shushing a child. It is the oldest lullaby on earth," the stranger said. "Water rocking the land to sleep." Omri surrendered to the rhythm. The boat rocked gently, left, right, left, right. A metronome set to the pace of a slow, resting breath. Rock. Breathe in. Rock. Breathe out. The cold that had plagued him earlier seemed to lose its bite. It transformed into a numbing coolness, a heavy blanket that pressed him down into the wood. He felt his body losing its definition. Where did his back end and the boat begin? Where did the boat end and the river begin? He felt liquid. His bones, usually so stiff and aching, felt like they were melting. The tension in his jaw unspooled, the frown lines between his brows smoothed out. He thought of his bed back in the hut near the ford. It was a pallet of straw, dry and scratchy, in a room that always smelled of dust and worry. He lay there every night staring at the thatched roof, calculating, planning, regretting. He was more comfortable here, on this wet, hard wood, drifting toward the Dead Sea than he had ever been in his own home. "I don't want to wake up," Omri whispered, the thought slipping out before he could check it. "You are not waking up," the stranger said. "You are falling asleep. There is a difference." "No, I mean..." Omri's words were slurring, thick like honey. "I don't want to go back. To the noise. To the hardness." "You will not go back to the hardness," the stranger promised. Once the river has washed a stone, it is never quite as rough as it was before. From the bow, a sound emerged. The stranger was humming. It wasn't a song Omri recognised. It wasn't a psalm of the temple, nor a shanty of the fishermen. It was a simple, wordless melody. A low, vibrating hum that rose and fell with the rocking of the boat. It sounded like the wind moving through the strings of a harp. The sound vibrated in Omri's chest. It bypassed his brain and went straight to his nervous system, commanding the last holdouts of resistance to stand down. The pain in his hands, the raw, blistered flesh, began to recede. It didn't disappear, but it moved far away, as if the hands belonged to someone else. The worry about the silver pouch became a distant abstraction, a story about a man he used to know. Omri floated. He floated in the grey space between waking and sleeping. Images began to swim behind his eyelids. He saw the river bottom, not the dark, scary trench he had feared, but a peaceful, silent world. He saw smooth green stones. He saw schools of silverfish suspended in the current, sleeping with their eyes open, facing upstream, letting the water bring them life. They don't swim, Omri thought in his dream state. They just hold their place, and the river feeds them. He saw the roots of the willow trees drinking from the bank. He saw the moon reflecting on the surface and all, a coin that could never be spent, only admired. He felt safe. It was a shock to realise it. Safety, For Omri had always been a fortress, a locked door, a weapon in hand. But this safety was different. This was the safety of an open hand. This was the safety of having nothing left to lose. Sleep. Omri? The stranger's voice was a whisper now, part of the hum, part of the mist. The watch is mine tonight. The watch is mine. Those words released the final latch. Omri didn't have to watch. He didn't have to scan for rocks. He didn't have to listen for rapids. Someone else was watching. Someone else was awake, so he didn't have to be. Omri let go. He sank. He sank past the exhaustion. He sank past the relief. He sank into a deep, velvety oblivion. His breathing levelled out, becoming deep and slow. In, out, the boat drifted on. To an observer on that bank, had there been one, the heron would have looked like a ghost ship. A battered wooden skiff emerging from the fog and vanishing into it again. Silent save for the lap of water. Inside, a man in a dark cloak sat in the prow, eyes open, watching the dark with a calm, infinite patience. And on the floorboards, a boatman curled in the fetal position, his scarred hands open, sleeping the sleep of a child who has finally been carried home. The river took them. It carried them past the sleeping villages. It carried them past the jackals prowling the banks. It carried them past the Roman outposts and the fishing weirs. It carried them through the darkest hour of the night, moving inexorably toward the place where the valley widens and the water slows and the sun waits to paint the world in gold. But for now, it was only the lullaby. Omri slept, and for the first time in 10 years, the furrow in his brow was gone. The first thing Omri felt was heat. It wasn't the searing heat of a kiln, nor the suffocating heat of a fever. It was a gentle, persistent warmth that pressed against his eyelids, coaxing them to open. It felt like a warm hand laid upon his brow, weighty and benevolent. He didn't open his eyes immediately. He lay there, suspended in the amber space between dreams and wakefulness, trying to remember why his bed felt so hard. Why was it rocking? Why did the air smell like wet cedar and honey? His memory was a fragmented mosaic. Fog, the roar of the chute, the breaking oar, the stranger, the prayer. The memories should have brought panic. He should have bolted upright, grasping for a weapon or a tool. But the panic didn't come. His body felt heavy, anchored to the wood by a profound, delicious lethargy. Omri opened one eye. He expected grey. He expected the suffocating, milk-white wall of the fog that had imprisoned them for eternity. Instead, he was blinded by gold. The sun had crested the mountains of Moab to the east. It wasn't just shining, it was exploding across the water. The light didn't just illuminate the world, it seemed to be creating it anew. Omri squinted, shielding his eyes with a hand that felt stiff but no longer throbbed with agony. He sat up slowly. His joints popped, a series of dry cracks that sounded loud in the quiet air. He looked around, and then his mouth fell open. The fog was gone, or rather, it was dying a beautiful death. The heat of the morning sun was burning the mist off the river, turning the grey walls into wisps of translucent vapour that curled and danced above the water like spirits ascending. And the river. The Jordan was no longer a black, oily snake coiling in the dark. It was a ribbon of polished bronze, reflecting the blue sky and the golden sun with a clarity that hurt the heart. It sparkled. It laughed. The night has passed, the stranger said. Omri turned. The passenger was sitting exactly where he had been all night, in the bow. But he looked different. In the dark, he'd been a shadow, a voice, presence. Now, in the light, he was undeniably solid. His cloak was travel-stained. His face was lined with the fatigue of the watch, but his eyes were clear, reflecting the river's gold. "Where are we?" Omri rasped. His voice was rusty from disuse. "We are downstream," the stranger said, gesturing to the world around them. Omri looked. The landscape had changed. They were no longer in the narrow, rocky throat of the Zor. The river had widened significantly. The banks were low and lush, thick with tall, swaying reeds that had turned from ghostly grey to a vibrant, living green. Tamarisk trees bowed over the water, their feathery leaves catching the light. Birds were everywhere. Kingfishers, flashing turquoise and orange, darted across the surface. Bulbuls were singing from the brush, a complex, bubbling song that sounded like water falling over stones. A white egret stood motionless on a sandbar, watching them pass with a regal indifference. It was a riot of life. "I missed it," Omri whispered. "I slept through the dawn." "You needed the sleep more than you needed the sunrise," the stranger said. "The sun rises whether you watch it or not. That is its grace." Omri looked down at himself. He was a mess. His tunic was stained with black mud and dried river slime. His boots were scuffed. His hands... He looked at his hands. The blisters were raw, covered in dried blood and lymph, but they had stopped bleeding. They looked like a battlefield after the war has ended, scarred, ugly, but quiet. He touched his chest. The pouch, it was still there. The silver was still there. But in the face of this overwhelming golden light, the treasure felt silly. It felt small. What could silver buy here? Could it buy the way the light hit the water? Could it buy the song of the bulbul? Omri dragged himself up onto the rowing bench. The movement was slow. He felt brittle, like an old clay pot that had been fired in a kiln that was too hot. He looked for the oars. There was only one oar left, lying in the bottom of the boat where the stranger must have pulled it in. The other was gone, snapped off in the night. The heron was drifting sideways, turning slowly in the lazy current. "We are drifting," Omri said, but there was no panic in his voice, just observation. "We are arriving," the stranger corrected. Omri looked ahead. The river bent gently to the west. On the far bank, the vegetation opened up. It wasn't the barren salt flats of the Dead Sea he had feared. It was an oasis. "This isn't the Salt Sea," Omri said, frowning in confusion. "The charts, we should be near the delta. It should be desert, rock and salt. The river feeds the land before it dies," the stranger said. "There are pockets of life, Omri, hidden inlets where the water slows down and sinks deep, places that are not on your merchant maps because they have nothing to sell." Omri looked at the water. It was incredibly clear here. He could see the bottom, pebbles of white and brown, waving green weeds, the shadow of the boat moving over the sand. "It's so quiet," Omri whispered. "It is the Sabbath of the river," the stranger said. "The work is done. The water is just being..." Omri took a deep breath. The air was sweet. It smelled of warming mud, of crushed mint, of blooming oleander. It was the smell of life. He felt a strange sensation in his chest, a swelling, a lightness. It frightened him a little. He was used to the heavy, grinding pressure of worry. Without it, he felt unmoored. "I feel strange," he admitted, rubbing his chest. "Empty." "That is the space where the fear used to be," the stranger said. "Do not rush to fill it with noise. Let it be empty for a while. Let the light fill it." Omri looked at the heron. In the harsh light of day, the boat looked terrible. The paint was peeling. The gunwales were scarred. Mud was caked in the corners. It was a wreck. "She's a mess," Omri muttered, running a hand along the rough wood. "Look at her. Battered, broken oar, filthy." "She brought you here," the stranger said gently. "She held together when the river tried to break her. Do not despise the vessel because it bears the marks of the journey." Omri looked at the boat again. The stranger was right. It wasn't a wreck. It was a survivor, like him. "I need to wash her," Omri said softly. "When we land, I need to wash the mud off." "You will," the stranger promised. They drifted closer to the western bank. The current here was barely moving, just a gentle nudge toward the shore. The trees parted, revealing a small, hidden inlet. The water there was glass still, reflecting the overhanging willows like a mirror. It was a secret place. A sanctuary. Omri stared at it. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. He had never been here. He was sure of it. He knew every commercial dock from Galilee to Jericho, and this was not one of them. Yet, it felt familiar. The way the light hit the water, the specific curve of the bank, the way the willows dipped their branches. "Why do I know this place?" Omri asked, his voice trembling. "Because you have been dreaming of it," the stranger said. "Not in your sleep, but in your soul. This is the place you are trying to reach. Omri, you just thought it was a number in a ledger." Omri looked at the stranger. The sun was fully up now, casting a halo around the man's head. He looked ordinary, a carpenter in a cloak, and yet he looked like the only real thing in the world. "Who lives here?" Omri asked. "Someone who waits," the stranger said. The boat drifted into the inlet. The shade of the trees fell over them, cooling the sun's heat. The silence deepened, becoming holy. Omri sat still, his hands resting on his knees. He didn't reach for the rope. He didn't reach for the anchor. He just watched as the heron, guided by the gentle hand of the lingering current, slid slowly, inevitably, toward the grassy bank. He was no longer the captain. He was the cargo, and he had been delivered. The transition from the river to the inlet was less like a turn and more like a sigh. One moment, the heron was riding the southern momentum of the Jordan, carried by the brown, muscular current that had wrestled them all night. The next, the boat slipped sideways through a gap in the tamarisk trees, a gap so narrow Omri would have missed it even in broad daylight, and entered a different world. The motion stopped, or rather, the nature of the motion changed. Out on the river, the movement was linear, always pushing, always dragging south. Here, the water was still. The momentum of the boat carried them forward, but it was a gliding, frictionless drift. They were coasting on glass. Omri leaned over the gunwale. He expected to see the familiar opaque swirling brown of the river mud. He gasped. The water was clear. It was shockingly, terrifyingly clear. He could see all the way to the bottom, perhaps 10 feet down. He saw a landscape of smooth white stones, green ribbons of eelgrass waving gently in the faint undercurrent, and the shadows of small fish darting like silver needles. "It's clear," Omri whispered, his voice disrupting the silence. "The Jordan is never clear. It carries the mountain silt. It carries the mud of the valley. How is this possible?" "We are fed by a spring here," the stranger said softly. "Underneath the river water, there are deep veins of the earth that pour out purity. This inlet is where the hidden water rises to meet the open water." Omri dipped his hand in. The water felt different too. It was cooler, sharper. It felt alive. He looked up. The inlet was a cathedral of vegetation. Massive weeping willows lined the banks, their branches trailing in the water like long green hair, creating curtains of shade that dappled the golden morning light. The air here was still and heavy with the scent of something sweet. "Lilies," Omri murmured, recognizing the smell. He looked ahead. The surface of the water was dotted with them. White water lilies, nymphaea, opening their waxen petals to the morning sun. They sat on their flat green pads like offerings on plates. There were hundreds of them, a galaxy of white stars floating on a green sky. The heron drifted through them. The hull brushed against the lily pads with a soft swish-swish sound. The flowers didn't break, they just bowed gently under the boat and popped back up in the wake, unharmed. "I have never seen this place, Mauritius," Omri said, his eyes wide. "I have rowed past this bend 1,000 times. I've hauled cargo to the salt flats. I've ferried soldiers. I've never seen this." "You never looked," the stranger said. "You were always in the channel, Omri. You were always in the fast water. The fast water gets you to the destination, but it keeps you from the sanctuary." "It's not on the charts," Omri insisted, his mind still trying to reconcile his boatman's logic with this reality. The Roman maps, the merchant scrolls, They show nothing here but marshland and fever swamps. Maps are drawn by men who are in a hurry, the stranger replied. They map the highways of commerce. They do not map the resting places of the soul. Why would a merchant mark a place where there is nothing to buy and no one to sell to? Omri looked around. It was true. There was no dock here, no warehouse, no toll booth. It was a useless place, by the standards of the world. And yet, it was the most beautiful thing Omri had ever seen. The beauty was painful. It ached in his chest. It made him feel dirty. He looked down at his own reflection in the still water. He saw a man with wild, matted hair, a face smeared with black mud, eyes red-rimmed from exhaustion and tears. He looked like a shipwreck. He looked like a beggar. "I don't belong here," Omri whispered, pulling back from his reflection. "I'm ruining the quiet. I'm bringing mud into the clean water." "You're not ruining it," the stranger said. "You're witnessing it. Beauty without a witness is a lonely thing. Omri, creation longs to be seen." The boat drifted deeper into the inlet. The banks narrowed. The willow trees grew taller, their branches arching overhead to form a natural tunnel. The light here was green and gold, filtered through thousands of leaves. Omri felt a strange familiarity rising in his gut. It wasn't a memory of seeing this place, but a memory of feeling this place. "I have dreamed of this," Omri said, his voice trembling. "Not in my sleep, but when I was carving..." He touched the knife at his belt. "When I was a boy," Omri continued, the words flowing out of him unbidden. "Before the debt, before the anger. I used to carve too, not like Elian. He carved faces and birds. I carved spaces." "Spaces?" "I would take a block of wood and carve a hollow in it," Omri said, his fingers tracing the shape in the air. "A bowl, a cup, a small sheltering cave. I didn't want to make a thing. I wanted to make a place to hold something, a place to be safe." He looked at the overarching trees, the enclosed water, the sheltering banks. "This is it," Omri whispered. "This is the shape I was trying to carve." "The soul knows its home," the stranger said, "even if the eyes have never seen it. You are carving your own longing. Omri, you are carving the rest you denied yourself." The boat began to slow. The momentum of the river was gone now. They were drifting on the last whispers of kinetic energy. A bird flew down from the branches, a kingfisher, bright blue as a jewel. It landed on the prow of the boat, right next to the stranger. It tilted its head, looking at Omri with a sharp, intelligent black eye. It didn't fly away. It wasn't afraid. "Even the birds are different here," Omri marvelled. "They don't know fear." "Fear is a habit," the stranger said. "Here, the habit is broken." Omri looked at the stranger. The man was sitting perfectly still, his hands open on his knees. He looked as if he belonged here, as if he'd grown out of the earth like the willows. "Did you bring me here?" Omri asked. "Did you steer the boat while I slept?" "I did not touch the helm," the stranger said. "The water brought you. I only kept you from jumping out." The heron drifted toward a patch of soft, white sand on the right bank. It was a natural landing, a gentle slope leading up into a grove of ancient olive trees. Omri held his breath. He waited for the bump. Shh! The bow of the boat slid onto the sand with a sound like a whisper. There was no jar, no impact, just a gentle cessation of movement. They had arrived. Omri sat there for a long moment, gripping the bench. He was afraid to move. He was afraid that if he stood up, the illusion would shatter, and he would wake up back in the rapids, screaming in the dark. "It is real, Omri," the stranger said, standing up. The boat didn't rock. It was grounded. The ground is solid. The water is clear. The journey is done. Omri looked at the shore. He saw something glinting in the grass near the olive trees. It wasn't gold. It wasn't silver. It was wood shavings. Piles of curly, golden wood shavings scattered around a flat stone that looked like a workbench. Omri's heart stopped, then hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. "Someone lives here," Omri whispered. "Yes," the stranger said, stepping out of the boat onto the sand. He turned and offered his hand to Omri, someone who found the quiet place. Omri stared at the stranger's hand. It was the first time he had been offered help to leave his own boat. Usually, he was the one helping passengers. He was the one in control. He looked at his own hand, dirty, scarred, empty. He reached out. He clasped the stranger's hand. It was warm and calloused, a carpenter's hand. With a grunt of effort, Omri pulled himself up. His legs were stiff, but they held. He stepped over the gunwale. His boot touched the sand. It wasn't mud. It wasn't shifting silt. It was dry, warm, solid earth. He was off the water. He stood there, swaying slightly, his inner ear still adjusting to the lack of motion. The smell of the wood shavings drifted toward him on the breeze. It was the smell of cedar, the smell of cypress, the smell of his childhood. "Go," the stranger said, nodding toward the olive grove. "See what the river has brought you to?" Omri took a step, then another. He walked toward the trees, his heart pounding in his throat, walking out of the fog of his life and into the sharp, terrifying clarity of the morning. The ground beneath Omri's boots felt unnaturally solid. After 12 hours of drifting on a fluid, shifting surface, the stability of the earth was disorienting. He walked with a slight stumble, his legs wide apart, compensating for a hole that was no longer there. He moved up the gentle slope of the bank, leaving the white sand behind and stepping onto a carpet of wild thyme and clover. The scent was intoxicating, herbal, sweet and dry, baking in the morning sun. It was the smell of the land, of the earth that stays put. But Omri barely noticed the flowers. His eyes were locked on the olive grove ahead. The trees were ancient. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted into impossible shapes, like old men frozen in the middle of a story. Their leaves were a dusty silver green, shimmering in the breeze. But it wasn't the trees that drew him, it was what lay beneath them. A flat slab of limestone, bleached white by years of sun, sat in the centre of the grove. It was natural, growing out of the hillside, but it had been repurposed. Omri approached it slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The stone was covered in a fine layer of dust, sawdust. It was a golden dust, distinct from the grey limestone. Omri reached out and touched it. He rubbed the grit between his thumb and forefinger. It was resinous and sticky. Cedar, he thought. And cypress. He looked closer. Scattered across the stone surface were wood shavings. They weren't the rough, jagged chips of a carpenter who hurries. They were long, delicate curls, thin as parchment, spiralling perfectly. They looked like ringlets of golden hair. Omri's breath hitched. He knew these shavings. He remembered sitting on the floor of his father's workshop, watching his brother work. Elian didn't hack at the wood. He peeled it. He treated the timber as if it were a fruit he was undressing. "You have to listen to the grain, Omri," Elian would say. "If you force it, it splinters. If you ask it, it curls." Omri had always forced it. His shavings were always short, thick, and broken. Elian's shavings were like these, continuous, graceful ribbons. "It can't be," Omri whispered. "It's been 10 years. Many men carve wood." He looked around the makeshift workbench. There were no tools lying out. The owner was clearly disciplined. Putting things away, but there were marks on the stone. Scratches where a chisel had slipped. A dark stain where oil had been spilled. And then he saw the rejects. To the side of the rock, in a small pile intended for the fire, were scraps of wood. Omri knelt down. His knees popped. He picked up a small block of olive wood that had been discarded. It was a failed attempt at a hand. Just fingers, really. But the way the knuckles were shaped, the way the thumb curved. Omri dropped the wood as if it were a hot coal. He stood up and turned toward the shelter nestled deeper in the trees. It wasn't a house, in the way Omri understood houses. It wasn't built of mud brick or quarried stone. It was built of the river. The walls were made of driftwood, massive, sun-bleached logs that had been hauled from the water and stacked with intricate precision. They were woven together like a basket, the gaps filled with river clay and moss. The roof was thatched with dried reeds, the very same reeds that had trapped Omri the night before. It was a structure born of debris. It was made of things the river had rejected, broken branches, uprooted trunks, lost timber, and yet, gathered here, fitted together with patience and vision, they formed a home of stunning organic beauty. It didn't fight the landscape, it grew out of it. Omri walked towards the open doorway. There was no door, just a curtain of beads made from river stones and seeds. He stopped 5 paces away. He felt like an intruder. He felt like a thief who had stumbled into a temple. I shouldn't be here, Omri thought. I am the man of the river. I am the man of noise. This is a place of peace. He looked back toward the boat. The stranger was standing on the sand, watching him. The stranger didn't wave. He didn't urge him on. He just stood there, a silent anchor, ensuring Omri didn't flee. Omri turned back to the house. To the left of the doorway, there was a low wooden fence, perhaps built to keep out wild goats, and sitting on top of the fence post were figures. Omri stepped closer. They were carvings, small, intricate sculptures made from driftwood. The first one was a fish, leaping from the water. Its scales were crosshatched with maddening detail. It looked wet. The second was a frog, sitting on a lily pad, its throat bulging in mid-croak. Omri walked down the line, his vision blurring. The third carving stopped him dead. It was a heron. It wasn't the heron of Omri's boat, a heavy, flat-bottomed beast of burden. It was a bird. It was carved from a piece of pale, grey driftwood. The bird was caught in the moment of takeoff. Its neck was extended, straining for the sky. Its legs were trailing behind it, and its wings. Omri reached out a trembling hand. He traced the curve of the wing 10 years ago, in a fit of rage. Omri had swept a carving just like this off a table. It had hit the stone floor. The left wing had snapped off. Omri had stepped on it, crushing it to splinters, screaming that art couldn't feed a family. He looked at this carving. The left wing was there. It was fully formed, outstretched, catching the imaginary wind. But if you looked closely, if you looked with the eyes of a brother, you could see a thin, jagged line where the wing joined the body. It wasn't a single piece of wood. The wing had been carved separately and grafted on. It had been pinned and glued with such care that the seam was almost invisible. It wasn't a new carving. It was a repaired carving. Omri let out a sound that was half sob, half gasp. He gripped the fence post to keep from falling. The memories flooded him, not as a trickle, but as a dam break. He remembered the smell of the glue. He remembered Elian picking up the broken wing from the floor, his face pale, his eyes dry. He hadn't screamed back. He hadn't fought. He had just looked at the broken piece of wood with a sorrow so deep it terrified Omri. Everything can be mended. Omri, Elian had whispered that night, accept trust. And now, here it was, the heron, mended, flying. He kept it, Omri whispered. All this time, kept the broken thing. He realised then that the house, the carvings, the shavings, they weren't just signs of life. They were signs of a life that had refused to become bitter. Omri looked at his own hands. They were empty. He had brought nothing. He had no gift. He had no explanation. He only had the knife at his belt, the knife Elian had left behind. Suddenly a sound cut through the buzzing of the cicadas. Clack, clack, clack. It was the rhythmic sound of a mallet striking a chisel. Wood against wood. It was coming from behind the house, down near the water's edge where the willows were thickest. Omri froze. The sound was the heartbeat of his childhood. It was the sound of creation. He wanted to run. He wanted to sprint back to the boat, push off into the current, and drift away before he could be seen. He wanted to preserve this moment of perfect, golden hope without risking the reality of rejection. What if he hates me, Omri thought. What if he looks at me and sees only the debt, sees only the anger? He turned his head to look at the stranger again. The stranger raised a hand and pointed toward the sound. Go. Omri swallowed. His throat was dry as dust. He touched the heron carving one last time, rubbing his thumb over the mended wing. Courage, he whispered to himself. Smell the sage. Courage. He stepped away from the fence. He walked around the corner of the driftwood house, moving toward the sound of the mallet. Clack, clack, clack. The sound grew louder. Omri stepped through a curtain of willow branches. And there, sitting on a log with his back to Omri, facing the shimmering water of the inlet, was a man. He wore a simple tunic of undyed linen. His hair was long, tied back with a leather thong, streaked with grey that hadn't been there 10 years ago. His shoulders were broader than Omri remembered, shaped by the labour of building a home from the river. He was hunched over a large piece of cedar, the mallet rising and falling with a hypnotic rhythm. Omri stood in the shadows of the willow, 10 feet away. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't speak. He just stared at the back of the brother he had driven away. The mallet stopped. The man didn't turn around. He held the chisel still against the wood. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to a change in the wind. The water is quiet today, the man said aloud, his voice deep and warm, speaking to the air, or perhaps to the birds. Omri opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He tried again. Elian, he croaked. The name was barely a whisper, a rustle of dry leaves. But the man on the log stiffened. His hand lowered the mallet slowly to his lap. He sat absolutely still, like a deer catching the scent of a hunter. He didn't turn. Not yet, Omri took one step forward. A twig snapped under his boot. Crack. The sound echoed in the clearing like a gunshot. The distance between the two brothers was no more than 10 feet, but to Omri it felt like a canyon carved by 10 years of silence. He stood frozen in the dappled shade of the willow tree, his boots sinking into the soft mulch of wood shavings. His heart was beating so hard it shook his frame, a violent, physical drumming that seemed loud enough to scare away the birds. Elian sat on the log, his back still turned. He'd lowered the mallet. He'd gone still. He was waiting. Omri opened his mouth to speak, to bridge the gap, to say, what? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm hungry. Every phrase that came to his mind felt too small, too light to carry the weight of a decade of resentment. The silence stretched, becoming thin and brittle. It was a terrifying silence. It was the silence of judgment. Omri felt the weight of the silver pouch against his chest, the 30 shekels of debt, the symbol of his slavery to the world of transaction. He felt dirty. He felt like an intruder who had brought the smell of the swamp into a sanctuary. He will hate me, Omri thought. He has built a paradise here, and now the storm has arrived to ruin it. Omri took a step backward. His instinct, his old survivalist instinct, screamed at him to flee. Get back in the boat. Push off. Drift away. Let him keep his peace. Do not infect him with your chaos. He turned his head, looking for the escape route. But the way was blocked. The stranger was standing there. He had followed Omri up from the beach, moving so silently that not even the dry leaves had cracked under his sandals. He stood just behind Omri, blocking the path back to the water. The stranger wasn't looking at Omri. He was looking at Elian. Peace, the stranger said. The word was spoken softly, yet it carried a weight that vibrated in the air. It wasn't a greeting, it was a decree. Elian's shoulders dropped. The tension that had held him rigid seemed to dissolve. Slowly, deliberately, he turned around on the log. Omri held his breath. He braced himself for the look of anger. He braced himself for the cold, hard eyes of the brother he'd shouted at in the workshop. But when Elian turned, Omri saw neither anger nor hardness. He saw a face that had been weathered by the sun and the river, lined with the crow's feet of a man who spent his days squinting at the water. He saw a beard streaked with grey, but mostly he saw eyes that were startlingly clear. Elian looked at the stranger first. He didn't seem surprised. He looked at the man in the dark cloak as if he were a guest who was expected, a visitor who had been invited a long time ago. Then, Elian's gaze shifted. He looked past the stranger. He looked at Omri. Omri shrank under the gaze. He hunched his shoulders, unconsciously trying to make himself smaller, trying to hide the mud on his tunic, trying to hide the shame in his soul. Elian stood up. He still held the chisel in his hand. Omri flinched. The stranger stepped forward then. He moved between the two brothers, not as a wall to separate them, but as a bridge to connect them. He walked up to the workbench, running his hand along the rough edge of the cedar log Elian had been carving. "It is good wood," the stranger said, admiring the grain. "Cedar of Lebanon, resistant to rot. It endures." Elian nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Omri's face. "It was a drift log," Elian said. His voice was deeper than Omri remembered, resonant and calm. "It washed up 3 winters ago. It was battered, scarred, full of nails. I pulled the nails out, I sanded the scars down, and now it is a table," the stranger observed. "It is trying to be," Elian said. The stranger turned to Omri. He gestured for Omri to come closer. "Come," the stranger commanded gently. Omri forced his legs to move. He walked until he was standing next to the stranger, facing Elian. He felt exposed, stripped raw. "Omri thinks he's not like the wood," the stranger said to Elian, speaking as if Omri were a child standing there. "He thinks the scars are permanent. He thinks the nails are still rusted inside him. He thinks he is too hard to be carved." Elian looked at Omri's hands, the swollen, battered hands that hung limp at his sides. "I know those hands," Elian whispered. "They are the hands that held me when I fell. They are the hands that fixed the roof so I could sleep dry. They are also the hands that broke your wing," Omri choked out. The confession tore out of him. "The heron! I saw it on the fence. I broke it, and I broke us." Omri fell to his knees. It wasn't a dramatic gesture. His legs simply gave out under the weight of his guilt. He knelt in the wood shaving, bowing his head. "I am sorry," Omri wept. "I am so sorry, Elian. I was afraid. I was so afraid of starving that I tried to eat your dreams. And then I was too proud to say I was hungry." He waited for the verdict. He waited for Elian to tell him to leave. He waited for the justice he deserved. But the silence stretched on. Then the stranger spoke. "Omri," the stranger said, "look at me." Omri raised his head. The stranger was looking down at him with eyes that held the depth of the river and the warmth of the sun. "You have spent 10 years judging yourself," the stranger said. "You have sat in the judge's seat, banging your gavel, sentencing yourself to hard labour. You sentenced yourself to the oar. You sentenced yourself to the debt. You sentenced yourself to loneliness." The stranger reached out and touched Omri's shoulder. "But you have no authority to judge," the stranger continued, "because you did not make yourself. Only the maker can judge the wood." The stranger looked at Elian. "What is the verdict, carpenter?" the stranger asked. "Is the wood ruined? Is it fit only for the fire?" Elian dropped the chisel. It landed in the soft shavings with a thud. "No," Elian said, his voice thick with emotion. "It is not ruined. It is seasoned. It is tough. It has survived the river." The stranger nodded. He looked back at Omri. "You thought you were lost, Omri," the stranger said, his voice ringing with a final, absolute clarity. "You thought you were drifting into the dark. You thought you were rowing away from everything you loved." The stranger smiled, a smile that seemed to encompass the boat, the river, the fog, and the dawn. "But you were wrong," he said. "You were never lost. You were being carried." He pointed to the river behind them, the shimmering, golden water of the inlet. "You thought you were steering," the stranger said, "but the water knew the way home better than you ever could. The current did not take you to the Dead Sea. Omri, it took you to the quiet place. It took you to the place where forgiveness lives." Omri looked at the river. He looked at the path they had travelled, the terrifying rapids, the confusing fog, the swirling eddies. All of it, every terrifying moment, had led here. To this patch of sand, to this brother. I fought it, Omri whispered. I fought it the whole way. And you lost, the stranger said. Blessed are those who lose their fight with grace, for they shall be washed ashore. The stranger stepped back. He withdrew his hand from Omri's shoulder. He withdrew his presence from the centre of the circle, leaving the space open between the two brothers. The debt is paid, the stranger said softly. Not the silver in your pouch. That is just metal. But the debt of the heart. It is cancelled. The books are closed. He looked at Omri one last time. Stand up, boatman. You're not a prisoner anymore. Omri trembled. He felt a physical sensation of lightness, as if the heavy pouch on his chest had suddenly turned into a bird and flown away. The verdict had been delivered. Not guilty, not ruined. Just carried. Slowly, shakily, Omri stood up. He wiped the tears from his face with his dirty sleeve. He looked at Elian. Elian was no longer the little brother he had to protect. He was a man who had built a home out of wreckage, a man who had mended a broken wing. Elian took a step forward. He opened his arms. And Omri, for the first time in his life, did not brace for impact. He stepped into the embrace. It was not a collision of knights, nor a polite greeting of merchants. It was the collapsing of two arches into a single bridge. When Elian's arms closed around Omri, the air left Omri's lungs in a rush. He had expected the embrace to feel like forgiveness, soft and gentle. But it felt like gravity. It was hard, crushing, and undeniably real. He felt the rough wool of Elian's tunic against his cheek. He smelled the sawdust and the river mud. He felt the solid, rhythmic thumping of his brother's heart against his own ribcage. Omri grabbed the back of Elian's shirt, his fingers digging into the fabric, holding on as if the earth was shaking. I'm here, Omri choked out. I'm here. I know, Elian whispered, his voice vibrating through Omri's chest. You took the long way around, brother. But you are here. They stood there for a long time, rocking slightly in the morning sun. The birds continued to sing. The water continued to lap against the sand. The world did not stop for their reunion, but it seemed to hold them within it. A small, healed circle in the centre of the vastness. Eventually, the grip loosened. They stepped back, arm's length, looking at each other. Omri looked at Elian's face. The boyish softness was gone, replaced by the lines of a man who lived under the sun. But the eyes, those wide, seeing eyes, were the same. You look terrible, Elian said, a small smile playing on his lips, like you wrestled a crocodile. I wrestled the river, Omri said, wiping his nose with his sleeve. And I lost. Good, Elian said. Winning is overrated. Omri laughed. It was a wet, shaky sound. He looked down at his belt. His hand moved to the sheath that had hung there for 10 years, the knife. He pulled it out. The blade was worn thin from years of sharpening, but it still gleamed in the sunlight. The olive wood handle was dark and smooth, polished not by oil, but by the sweat of Omri's worry. He had touched that handle 1,000 times a day, every time he felt afraid, every time he felt the debt pressing down. It was his security blanket. It was his stolen trophy. Omri held it out, handle first. I kept it sharp, Omri said. His voice trembled. I thought if I kept it sharp, I was keeping you safe, but I was just keeping the wound open. Elian looked at the knife. He didn't reach for it immediately. He looked at Omri's hand, the hand that was finally offering instead of taking. It is just a tool, Omri, Elian said softly. No, Omri shook his head. It is yours. It is your gift. I took it because I was jealous. I wanted to hold the thing that made you special, thinking it would make me special too. But it just made me heavy. He pressed the knife into Elian's hand. Take it, please. I'm done carving my own prison. Elian closed his fingers around the handle. He weighed it in his palm, familiarising himself with the balance. Then he turned and placed it gently on the workbench, next to the chisel and the mended heron. Clack! The sound was quiet, but to Omri it sounded like a chain breaking. The theft was returned. The circle was closed. "Come," Elian said, clapping a hand on Omri's shoulder. "You are empty. You cannot rebuild a brotherhood on an empty stomach." He led Omri towards the driftwood house. In the shade of the overhang, there was a low table, also made of drift logs, set with simple earthenware bowls. There was a loaf of flatbread, still warm. There was a dish of oil mixed with hyssop. There were dried figs and a piece of honeycomb. It was a feast of the earth. "Sit," Elian commanded. Omri sat. His legs were still weak, but his spirit was voracious. The stranger joined them. He sat at the head of the low table, not as a guest, but as the one who had brought them together. Elian picked up the bread. He didn't cut it with a knife. He tore it with his hands. "Yip." The sound of the crust breaking was the most comforting sound Omri had ever heard. It was the sound of life being shared. Elian handed a piece to the stranger, and a piece to Omri. Omri took the bread. He dipped it in the oil. He put it in his mouth. It tasted of salt and wheat and fire. It tasted of home. He chewed slowly, savouring the texture, feeling the nourishment spread through his body. He realised he hadn't eaten since yesterday, but the hunger he was satisfying now was older than that. "The debt," Omri said suddenly, the thought intruding on the piece. He reached for the pouch on his chest. "Elian, I have silver. 30 shekels. I can pay for this. I can pay for..." He stopped. He looked at the bread in his hand. He looked at the house made of river trash. He looked at his brother's content face. "You don't need silver, do you?" Omri whispered. "I have the river," Elian said, popping a fig into his mouth. "The river brings wood. The river brings fish. The earth gives grain. What would I do with silver, brother? It doesn't float." Omri looked at the pouch. He untied it from his belt. It was heavy, dense, and cold. "It almost drowned me," Omri said. "It pulled me down." "Then leave it," the stranger said. "Let it stay in the pouch. Do not let it into your heart." Omri placed the bag on the ground near his feet. He didn't throw it away. He just set it down. It was no longer his master. It was just metal. They ate in silence for a while. The only sounds the chewing of bread and the rustle of the willows. It was a communion of presence. When the meal was done, the stranger stood up. Omri looked up, startled. "You're leaving?" "The current moves on," the stranger said. "And there are other boats caught in the reeds. There are other brothers who have forgotten how to speak." But Omri stood up too. He wanted to offer payment. He wanted to offer a ride. He wanted to do something to balance the scales. "How can I repay you? You saved my life. You saved my soul." "You cannot repay a gift, Omri," the stranger said, adjusting his cloak. "You can only pass it on. The next time you see a man drifting in the fog, be the lighthouse, not the rock." The stranger walked out from the shade of the house, back into the sunlight. He walked down to the water's edge, past the heron, past the white lilies. Omri and Elian followed him. The stranger didn't get back into the boat. He didn't walk along the bank. He simply walked toward the shimmer of the light on the water. Omri blinked. The sun was so bright now, reflecting off the river, that the figure of the stranger seemed to dissolve into the brilliance. One moment he was a silhouette against the gold, the next he was part of the light itself. He was gone. Omri stared at the empty space where the man had been. "Who was he?" Elian asked softly. Omri looked at the river, flowing steadily, endlessly, carrying life to the dead places. "He was the river," Omri whispered. "He was the one who carries us." Omri turned to his brother. The anxiety was gone. The urgency was gone. It was only the morning, and the wood, and the work of rebuilding. "Show me," Omri said, nodding toward the workbench. "Show me how to hold the chisel. I want to learn how to carve the curve." Elian smiled. and it was the sunrise all over again. "Come," Elian said. "There is plenty of wood," and there, by the quiet inlet of the Jordan, the two brothers stood side by side, the boatman and the artist, the practical man and the dreamer. They were no longer separate. They were two hands of the same body, working together to shape something new from the wreckage of the past. The heron drifted gently at its tether, light and empty, finally at rest. And so, dear traveller, we leave them there. We leave Omri and Elian in the golden warmth of the morning, surrounded by the smell of cedar shavings and wild thyme. We leave them to the slow, patient work of mending what was broken. You have walked a long road tonight. You have rowed through the fog. You have fought the rapids, and you have felt the heavy weight of the oars in your hands. But remember this, the river does not ask you to carry it. The river offers to carry you. Whatever burden you brought into this room tonight, whatever debt, whatever worry, whatever broken wing, you can lay it there down now. You do not need to grip the handle anymore. The boat is safe. The current is kind. Let your breathing become like the river, slow, deep and steady. In and out. In and out. There is no fog here. There are no rocks. There is only the gentle drift of sleep, waiting to take you to your own quiet inlet. You're safe. You're held. You are home. Good night.